Hey guys, it's me, Kelly. You can now receive what? I don't know. Those pop-ups are way too fast. So if you're gonna give me a pop-up, give me time to read it. Give me time to read it. What's going on with my hair? Don't ask. Don't ask, don't tell. What is going on with our hair? Early morning motivation. My coffee's brewing. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys were here yet. Come on in. Come on in. I'm only badly. I'm just dropping everything on the floor. And stop. And my puppy apparently wanted that. How you guys doing? Early morning. Are you here for early morning motivation? Or you can't handle like being on something more than 2 or 3 seconds, so you have to scroll. This is not for you. This is not for you. If you're looking for early morning motivation. Yesterday, if you joined yesterday, oh man, you're in a much better place than you are today. If you joined my motivation stuff going on yesterday. Hey, thanks you guys for giving me a view as you scroll through for 2 seconds. Thank you. I just got here. It's funny, like when you first get here, it's like, oh, let's tell everybody. It's like, well, we haven't even started the topic. So, what are you guys drinking this morning? As you can hear, my coffee's brewing, so we'll start with water. Oh, good to see you. Good to see you guys. Yeah, what are your plans for early morning motivation? Just scroll past me, keep doom scrolling. Good luck. Good luck with that. None of my business. None of my business. But yeah, I just showed up, and usually it's just a bunch of my fair weather friends that float through at the beginning. And usually, what time is it? It's about 6 o'clock. Usually between, in about 30 minutes or so, the ones that come in here and stayed here for hours, they show up. So early morning motivation, what are you guys after? What you guys after for motivation? What are the topics for motivation? I don't want to be on this planet. Kelly, let's get some motivation to stay on this planet. My life is crap. I'm lacking motivation to do anything. What's the motivation issue? And I'll have some extra exercises for you guys. This isn't just the next place you go for motivation, and then you go to the next place for motivation, and then the next place for motivation, and that's just kind of how it works, right? So if you want to look at motivation issues and why you keep looking outside of yourself for motivation, man, we got something to talk about. Definitely have something to talk about. And we talked a lot about that yesterday, you guys. So thank you for caring enough about yourself to come in here and see why it is that you're looking for motivation. And, even if you're talking about a friend, wink, wink, if you want to tell me in the comments in what direction you're looking for motivation, just to keep what motivation to keep living. What are we looking for? Are you looking to be the top dog at work? Or are you just wanting to get your laundry done and make your bed and take care of your family? Where are these places where we're looking at motivation? And what is motivation? What is motivation? What is it that we are seeking? What is it that we are seeking this morning to motivate us? Let's think about that. I'm sorry. Hey, put your bone in your plats. There you go. Good girl. So what are you looking for motivation-wise? Let's take an assessment, because I'm going to help you. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to help you. We're going to do activities and all kinds of cool stuff. But let's see why we're seeking motivation. And when I was looking at the Creator Search Insights and the Content Gap, it's like daily motivation. And I can help you in a way where you're not constantly seeking daily motivation. And you're not even motivating yourself, because that takes a lot of work and energy to motivate yourself. That's a push and pull type of concept. to motivate. I'm going to motivate myself. I'm going to go get motivation. Someone's going to motivate me, which at times there's nothing wrong with that. But you're still scrolling for motivation, aren't you? Do you look for motivation when you've been in the ditch? Are we talking every day? Get out of bed, do your laundry, brush your teeth, go to work. Is this what you want as a cheerleader that gets this feeling inside that feels like crap? It doesn't want to or doesn't feel like doing anything. And then you hear, you know, a prolific speaker. And what's in my eye? Good grief. Rub off my makeup filter. So, hey Monique, come on in. Come on in. So what is this motivation and why are we seeking it daily? How do we drain ourselves? Where are we not healed? That this is a constant thing every day. Let's not demonize motivation. It's cool. It's cool. And here's some information that might be helpful in the process of daily motivation, if that's what you call it. These avatars in their natural state before they were programmed were self-motivating. It needed that's probably the key word. It needed no outside motivation. And this is the key to healing, is knowing how motivation works. Motivation is not something outside of yourself you're trying to seek. Like this morning, finding a daily chant or motivation. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and by golly, people like me. And have daily affirmations. They're daily affirmations for a reason. Because you have not healed. And healing is more simple than you think. And with me, it's fun and easy to heal. Okay, we're gonna have to take the bone away. This is just becoming crazy. She's trying to bury her bone in the house. So, thanks for letting me know. Who is this? Is this Neil? Did I say your name correctly, Neil? I'm the world's best mispronouncer of names. Congratulations, you met me this morning. I made everything from, I don't know if I can say that out loud on TikTok, the B word, to, non-invasive, I'm sorry, my hair's in the way, I couldn't see the whole word, non-invasive medical tools, and never had fever of changing jobs. Awesome. Is that needed for motivation? I'm so sorry. I mean, interesting information, but is there motivations? You want to change jobs? Is that it? Hey everybody. So when we look outside of ourselves for motivation, this is what we're doing. This avatar has at least 40. I would label them as positive emotions and feelings that you feel when you get here at rest, at its natural state when it's healed. All these 40 emotions are natural, including a state of being motivated. Oh, hold on. We've got rug issues. I have a miniature Australian Shepherd. Oh my God. Hey, what are you doing? So, the natural state of being for the avatar is motivated. So if you find yourself, sorry, the hiccups. If you find yourself in a place where you're lacking motivation, let's look at where you might find yourself. Let's do a self-evaluation, but before we do a self-evaluation, go get some coffee. And we got some rules in here. If you don't like following rules, no, these are good rules. These are good rules. Because all the activities that we do in here, we're not going to include, here's the rules, we're not going to include judgment of self, criticism, fault, blame, guilt, or shame. Okay? We're not going to put any of those emotions into it. So we're going to look at, why do we find ourselves searching for motivation? Is it because of, this is the lowest, I find there's about 5 mainstays. There's more, but these are the big ones that I see all the time. I've been doing this since, oh gosh, how long have I been doing this? A long time. The stuff I'm doing now, it's over 10 years. I've worked with over 16,000 people, either in group or one-on-one setting. So, you're in good hands. and hold on, I'm gonna get coffee because nobody cares. Hold on. Sorry about that. This is the crowd in the morning that just comes in for a few minutes and goes, oh no, she's not pumping me up with white light. I think I'm gonna put this on the on YouTube as well, so I might do this differently. Sorry, TikTok is very fickle in the morning. The steadies are not here yet, and it is Saturday. It is Saturday. So, let's see. Oh, hey. Hey, you guys that just got here. That's how this goes. That's how this goes. So, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, Oscar. Yay, yay. we got a solid person that came in. Thank you, Oscar. I was sitting here wasting my breath on people who didn't want to heal. You're like, what? You're not gonna pump me up with some white light and you can do it. All you gotta do is put your mind to it. All right, hey, 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 hey. All right, hey, hey, hey. I think that's what people are looking for. Is a cheerleader to tell them today they're awesome and tomorrow they feel unworthy again. And then let's find someone else to tell me I'm awesome again. If not, let's not pick on Tony Robbins today. But hey, let me find that Tony Robbins video where he's all like, you can do it, and pump you up with energy. Tony Robbins is awesome. Awesome. He has my phone number too. But he's push-pull. He's push-pull. So he'll get amazing results. But long-lasting results is when you finally let go, allow, and heal. And you're not doing... I'm trying to remember when I saw him on some documentary. And I'm trying I'm going to butcher the time, you guys. I'm trying to go on this memory, which I just woke up. But I think at the beginning, during the documentary, he had like, before he would go do his seminars or speaking engagements, he had rituals that he would do for like 2.5 hours. Like he'd dunk himself in ice bath, and I don't remember what all the rituals were. So in that 2.5 hours, you know what Tony Robbins was doing with all those push-pull rituals? All those were focusing techniques, and that's it. I teach you how to do what Tony Robbins does in 2.5 hours in like 30 seconds. And you're ready to go. See, I mean, that's a lot of time. And I had heard recently, I did not ask him personally, by the way, this is for entertainment purposes only. But I heard, oh, we're not starting that. Oh, we are, hold on, puppy issues. Be right. Good grief. Good grief. Anyway. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Get a breath, Kelly. Get a breath. So now I think the rituals are like 3.5 hours. That he does. That's a lot of time. Now, he's specifically doing speaking engagements and all kinds of stuff. But it doesn't take 2.5, 3.5 hours with the God Bubble method for motivation and focus and so forth. It can be done in a really short period of time. So these push-pull white light techniques, they'll wear you out. They're quite exhausting. They're quite exhausting. Thanks. A flash goal. I don't know what it is. TikTok, I should probably just ignore them, but they want me to put a goal up. There it goes. I've got something up at the top, you guys, that's I guess a hidden discount that if you gift me a castle, I'll give you a complimentary energy reading. Yeah, the full-blown thing. That's a few $100s. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. if you gift me the castle, now I want to make sure that you contact me again. Like send me a message or email me. I've got everything in my bio. Or email me to let me know who you are and your email address and everything, so I can contact you. We can get together. So, but I'm doing that right now. Yeah, you gift me a castle. I've got it up at the top. You gift me a castle, you get a complimentary energy reading. Not here. Not here. I'm talking, we actually spend an hour together. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking. So this motivation that we're seeking, let's look at the feelings and emotions behind seeking motivation. Because these feelings for motivation are the same feelings for everything else in your life, not just motivation. If you're lacking, you have loss or lack. If you're lacking in the motivation department, you're going to be lacking in your relationships. You're going to be lacking at work. You're going to be lacking in your finances. You're going to see it everywhere, not just motivation. So you guys that were looking for daily motivation are in the right place. Because if you were just looking for a band-aid, this is not it. So if you're looking for just today motivation to get you through the day, and then you want other motivation tomorrow, you're not in the right place. Because I'm not about like rescue work. I don't do rescue stuff. And that's rescue type behavior. If we find ourselves in rescue mode, we are severely unhealed. And we're putting band-aids all over our body. Like this daily motivation. So what I have to offer is true healing. True healing. And not just a pumping up of the energy field. And then later, just like any pill you take, you'll have an effect. And then you'll crash. Then you'll crash and you'll come back on. Why do you think it's on the content gap? And it's one of the top things that's searched for on TikTok. And then when finally, people can't see a good thing when it's there. Excuse me. Finally, someone like me offers the God bubble type of healing. Where you're always in a state of being because you're healed. You're always in a state of being motivated. You don't go searching for it on TikTok. Or on YouTube. That's where I'd go when I fell in the ditch. I don't care anymore. I don't want to do anything. I'd go on YouTube and find some powerful music. Here's a motivation to go work out. I did that. I was sitting here going, oh, I have always done it the perfect way. Said nobody. But let's look at seeking motivation. Being in loss and lack. Seeking motivation. Where do we find ourselves? Do we find ourselves in need? Okay, these are the big ones, you guys. You're going to probably relate to all of these. Do you find yourself in need of motivation? Need is the lowest feeling. If you're in need of motivation, you're also in need in your relationships, in need at work, in need in your finances. You're in need emotionally. You're going to find yourself in need. That's the overall feeling of your creation. I encourage you to take my workshops, thegodbubble.com. It gives you the anatomy and pretty much every day, not right now, we're talking about motivation. But I'll probably go over the map again of how this is created, where you find yourselves in this game, this video game, and how it's created. I go from the God bubble in this map to a toroidal field, and it was easier to, if you go look at the video, the last video I posted, go look at that. You'll see I've got my toroidal field picture up there on my phone. So we go through the toroidal field, which is a creation of the God bubble. We go over the parts and pieces and components of the toroidal field and show how it works and how this experience happens. And then we get into the feelings and the emotions that create then the reality and what it looks like on that toroidal field. It's going to surprise you. Really surprise you. But I talk about that daily while we're in here. We meet for a while. We're in here for a while, like it's a class. So if you're on TikTok and just scrolling and you want 30 seconds of motivational speaking and so forth, you're not in the right place. No, you'll need to scroll on to someone else who does the push-pull white light systems that are temporary. Because I think that's what most people are seeking when they seek daily motivation. They're in an unhealed state, and they're either unwilling or not ready to heal. It is where I find most people, and I've worked with over 16,000 people. You guys have been successful with all of them. So it can be successful for you. But what does that take? Well, it takes commitment. To what, Kelly? To you. Commitment to yourself. Commit to yourself. That's what it takes. Or just do what you're doing now. Just mindlessly scroll on TikTok. No healing takes place. You're taking a pill. When you take a pill, you relieve symptoms. Oh, I feel lonely and unmotivated. Let me go scroll on TikTok. Oh, I feel a little bit better. But then when you get off, you feel worse. So it's hard to put down. Because even though you don't feel good, it still gives you that little feeling. So, I mean, it takes being committed and dedicated to yourself to do this. And what is commitment? What is commitment? Commitment is nothing unless you take action. And taking action is saying, you know what? I'm just going to sit down for an hour. Because in 30 seconds of scrolling, here's what happens. This is actually in the third dimension, scientific stuff. Here's what happens when you scroll compared to other methods of taking in information. Okay? So when you are, whenever you encounter information, and let's say it took 10 minutes for this information to come to you in whatever form. You either read it, or were listening to someone tell you, or you were watching a video. Whatever method, you learned something. Now, that will stick if you spend 10 minutes in pause, in quiet, sleeping. It doesn't matter whether you are sleeping or awake, as long as you're not consuming during that time. And you could go outside and play and all kinds of stuff. I think people might call it integration. Because if you do not take that pause after you encounter new information, it's never going to get in there in a way that it's useful to you. Let's think about that. If you're sitting there all day long at a school without having any pauses, because that 3 to 5 minutes in between classes is not 45 minutes of the class, or however long your classes are. That's not 45 minutes in between classes. I'll tell you the difference. When you encounter information, let's say it's TikTok level, 30 seconds. Is that fair? Or a minute. Let's make it even, a minute, right? So on TikTok, while you are scrolling, okay, If you watch, we'll pick on cats today. You watch a cute cat video. You watch a cute cat video for 1 minute. And then you take pause for a minute. You can even think about the information or just daydream or, oh, I'm just going to do some stretching exercises or whatever. For 1 minute. You actually process the video you just watched. And in processing it, lots of stuff happens. You have discernment to go, hey, that cat video, like, I really learned something from it. You know, kind of amused me and everything. But there was that one part of it, like, that's like, no, I'm going to kind of reject about 20% of that video. Excuse me. But like 80% of it was a cool cat video. If you just scroll right from that cat video to another cat video, I told you I was picking on cats today. Or do you want me to do dog videos? What's your favorite? I think cats are probably more cat videos. I haven't looked it up. Oh no. You scroll to the next cat video, and 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 there's no pause in between. That's now called programming. So now you're programming, and in that programming, guess what? Remember that first video you watched where 80% of it was solid, 20% not? Because you took the time to evaluate. Not only did you absorb as a program that 20% that you rejected when you took pause, you took that 20% in when you scroll to the next video. As fact, as the way it is with cats. Even though you go, hey, no cat on the planet ever does that. You know, that's not a cat behavior, but it's in there. It's in there. You've been programmed with that. So when you do not take pause, and that's what TikTok does, it's pure programming. Think about the school. You go to class for 45 minutes in school. They don't give you a 45-minute nap after every class or break. Hey, go run around outside, eat bark off the trees, whatever. In between classes. You would actually be able to critically evaluate that information that you were given. But it's given to you. You're not allowed a time to pause and reflect. Think about it. Do I accept this information? Do I reject it? I mean, there's a lot going on here during that time after you received information. And it's like, wait a minute. Okay, they just taught me all this stuff, and gosh, about 90% of it doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't follow any solid foundation. It's built on a foundation of a theory. See, if you don't take pause, they call them theorems and theories and all that, but they state it as fact. So then you're programmed to see all these theories as fact. That's how we get these crazy ideas about, you know, shooting through space on a rock. Is because you are not allowed to take pause from that and do some evaluation. So then when things like the moon landing come up, you don't take pause after you watch the moon landing to go, sorry, I'm trying to look like I'm in outer space. Where's my flower? Where's my flower? I don't have a flower. Hold on. We'll pretend this is a flower. It's a peacock. I'm sorry, that was mean. Let's see, where are we going? Natural force. I took pause and that happened. Like, that could be dangerous. What did I do to my hair? It could be dangerous. Ow! Space is... Ow! Space is dangerous. It tangles your hair. Dadgummit. Okay. Good thing I just went to fake space. Alright. Where were we? Motivating. Being programmed. So think about taking pause and looking at not putting a band-aid on motivation every day by having people tell you you're good enough and you're smart enough By golly, people like you. As a, what do you call that, mantra, right? You say something daily while looking in the mirror. One of the biggest things that I find is worth, as far as the motivation goes, a lot of us feel like we're not worthy. There's a lot of programs and blocks and cords and trauma. A lot of stuff for worthiness, and that relates to motivation as well. If you don't feel worthy, then all kinds of stuff starts happening. You're manifesting as crap when you don't feel worthy of that which you're attempting to manifest. So again, the difference. I'll repeat it just so you know people are coming in. When you take in information, even if it's a cute cat video on TikTok, if you do not pause for an equal amount of time, whether it's sleeping, playing, daydreaming, thinking about the information that you just encountered, if you scroll to the next video immediately, or like school, you go from one 45-minute class, and then I don't call going in between classes pause. That's my opinion. But it's just 3 to 5 minutes anyway. It's not even 45. Then you go to the next 45-minute class. And then the break is basically getting to the next class. And get to the next class. Where in these classes, do they take half of the class? Right? Like the first half, we learned some new information. 1 + 1 = 2, kids. Wow. Okay. Now let's take the second half of the class to just pause with 1 + 1 = 2. That doesn't happen. You know why? Anything with the word education in it is programming. An education system is a programming system. That's why you're not allowed time. Because education systems know this about taking pause and getting the information in. That's why cramming doesn't work. For a test. You cram for a test. No pauses, no breaks. Because to actually process the information for the test, to actually learn it, know it, and understand, takes pause. So if you're constantly studying, it's never going to work. Does it start to make sense? But in the studying process, if you're like studying for a test, let's say, you study for an hour. You take a break for an hour. Go outside and play. You didn't eat bark off the trees. None of my business what you do on your breaks. Still go learn anything else. Go take a nap. Is more productive than cramming for hours and hours on end. So what that is programming for hours and hours on end. And then what happens when we do that? We go take our test. And then right after the test, all the stuff that was in there for the test is like, pew, now it's gone. What was the Pythagorean theorem again? I don't remember. I was holding on to that for the test. Then you didn't understand the Pythagorean theorem. You didn't have a basic understanding of it. If you passed your test and then the formula went out of your head. Does that make sense? When we don't take pause and truly understand things. Now what happens? When you don't take pause and you're programmed. This is programming. Programming. The school system and the education systems, their method, which I ran a school full of kids who had ADD, ADHD, dyslexia, and high functioning autistic kids, which I think they have all kinds of fancy names for these days. Used to be Asperger's, now I think it's neurodivergent. I don't know, you tell me the fancy words. So we have a system of programming. And this is how it's taught. Yes, this has to do with motivation. Kelly, oh yeah, you're learning a lot. You're demotivated for a reason. You've blocked yourself from the natural motivation inside of your avatar. That's good news today. I don't give good news. I only give good news. So when you're in an education and programming system, how can you program someone? You got all this information. You're going, I think that Columbus story is a little bit different than you're telling. You know, critical thing. Oh no, you go to the principal's office for that, for challenging information in a book. You go to the principal's office, right? Here's how math. I'll do a simple math example just to kind of show you the difference in being programmed and going through the same information and seeing it quite differently. Your life changes. 1 + 1 = 2 takes on a whole new meaning when you're programmed, and a different meaning when you're not. So this is how it's taught in the school system. And I'll show you the dyslexic brain, which is neurodivergence, or whatever our fancy words are, right? This is exciting to know. So let's take math class, and I'll just make it as simple as possible, you guys, okay? 1 + 1 = 2. We're in math class. So the teacher goes to the board. Where's my board? I'll pretend like I'm a teacher. I'll be that sexy teacher. Not this morning. This is only in my head. I'm the sexy teacher today, in my head only. Okay. I can dream. I can dream. Where's my... Okay. Hey, class. Let's pretend like we're in class. This is the typical way, and I'll show you the typical way of teaching in school and why it's programming. By the second example I give you of a different way of doing this, you're going to figure this out yourself. I won't have to tell you. Because this is going to be familiar to you, right? Okay. Hey, class. 1 + 1 = 2. Okay. Now, what happens? There's a chain of events that starts to happen in the classroom. After the teacher writes this on the board, you've never seen numbers before. Here's some new symbols you've never seen before. Again, I'm oversimplifying math class. You've never seen any of this before. 1s and 2s. If you ever did see them in your world, they had no meaning, and you just kind of passed them over. If you went to the grocery store with your mom or your dad or whatever, you would see numbers, but then again, no meaning. So here, your teacher puts this up, and there's no meaning behind this. And what are symbols for? They're to represent something, but you don't know what that something is. So you're introduced to the symbols first in a standard way, and this is the beginning of programming. Introducing you to confusing information. Again, let's pretend that we're in kindergarten, first grade, or whatever, and we're just learning this. Okay, so we are introduced to new information from the symbols. We are introduced to it backwards. Here's the symbol for this concept and information, but we're not going to tell you what it is. Now, here's how you screw up the most highly intelligent people in the class is doing this. You're going to relate to this. You're going to go, I knew I was a genius, but they did this to me. Okay? All you guys are geniuses. I don't get anybody. The ones that have already scrolled, not the geniuses. They can't handle this. They can't handle this. And they're probably non-player characters, too. The ones that end up in here, I think, are real people. So you're sitting in school. 1 + 1 = 2, says the teacher. This is what happens. If you read The Gift of Dyslexia, it's a book. Most everybody watching right now, if you read that book, you are going to think the author followed you around and wrote a book about you. You are going to think that when you read The Gift of Dyslexia. Even with dyslexia and difficulty reading, you'll probably knock it out in 6 hours. That book. You know, if that's kind of scary to you guys with dyslexia, just do it in pieces. You know, when I was deep into dyslexia when I read the book, and I had no problems. He writes it for you. If you have dyslexia, it's easy to read. Okay? If that's helpful. If that's helpful. And you feel like a freaking brilliant genius when you're finished with that book. Because you truly understand what happened. Okay? So, Ronald Davis is the name of the author. He was, I don't know if he's born with autism, but I can't remember all those details. But as a child, at some point, we won't get into details on TikTok, he became autistic. And in that autistic world, he's still was able to observe and everything. He just, spent all of his time in other dimensions. He was able to communicate well in other dimensions, just not in the third. But he took in everything in the third. Remember that when you've got someone that's autistic, like big time autistic, if they're like, yeah, they don't know anything, think again. Think again. So, I can't remember if he gives any details. I don't think he does at all, but somehow he came out of his autism. Whatever that was. Read the book. Don't believe anything I say. Go read the book yourself. So, sorry, let me turn the heater off. Good grief, and I've got it on high. So this gift of dyslexia, Ronald Davis. So he spent, I can't remember how many years, but a big, huge chunk of his childhood and so forth. Autistic. Did I say dyslexic? Sorry. Autistic. So he was in a world where he took in 100% of everything around him. Everything, the way people were acting towards him, everything that they were saying. When he was sitting there not able to communicate in the third dimension. But he was in all the other, and he describes it in a way, not like dimensions and everything. He describes it in a different way than I do. So in this, in his genius and his brilliance, he was in other worlds all the time where it was easy for him. See, the ones that are autistic, those are usually what I call cosmic royalty, I guess. That's my words, I don't know. They're the cream of the crop that come here to, whatever you want to call this thing that we're doing, whether it's a school or a prison. It's kind of the same thing, right? It's how it feels. Whatever you want to call this thing. The ones that chose to come here, that were the top dogs, the kings and queens of the galaxy. I don't know what their titles are, sorry. I don't know the titles. Come here and are some form of autistic. Being able to observe the world, yet not interact with it. There's a lot of training in there, right? Isn't that cool? So he came out of his symptoms. Again, I don't think he was very descriptive, or maybe he didn't even know how it happened. But after he came out, that you would think he was just like everybody else. So then, because he was in this genius state, he was still taking everything in during this time. He was able to, as an adult, describe what it's like to be severely autistic. And that's how we found all these things out. That people who are autistic, they don't look like it because they just can't respond to you, but they take everything in. They take everything in. Isn't that cool? You guys are parents of kids with autism. They see everything clearly. They just can't talk back. They're unable to communicate to you, but they take it all in. I help parents to talk to their autistic kids telepathically if they're nonverbal. It's one of the things that I do. They do it naturally. That's what, like the autistic child is reading mom and dad's mind all the time. You can imagine how stressful it can be at times with whatever mom and dad are going through, because they can read your mind. So I just teach the parents they're reading your mind anyway. Tell them to go brush their teeth in your mind instead of with your mouth. And then they go brush their teeth. Isn't that cool? So that's awesome. When I love to do that. Help the parents. So he describes it. Not only does he describe what autism it's like being severely autistic, not being able to talk or, communicate with the outside world. And he does it with high intelligence. He created a program to help distract you from the third dimension so you can function in the third dimension. The Davis Dyslexic Program. So I learned the Davis Dyslexic Program. I did a lot of modifying on it because, it's got a good core program, but I improved it greatly. Like the trigger words, there were 200, I can't remember, it was about 250 or so trigger words for dyslexia. And so I and he had the list. And, I was doing this with all the kids in a school. So what I did is I just looked up on the internet. Okay, what words in writing do you see the most? And which ones do you see the least? So then I reordered the trigger words and I added another 50 words to it. But they were in order of which ones you see the most in reading. So we started with those. And the words you see the least in reading, those are at the end. So in changing it up and tweaking it, I was able, people who were had dyslexia, if you want to call it that. Dyslexia is just the inability to be programmed. And I'm going to show you how the programming goes. So you guys you're having a hard time being programmed, you're going to be labeled as dyslexic because you can't be programmed. So you're going to be demonized. Yeah. What? For being highly intelligent. So this is the programming. This is how you're programmed in the school system. And yeah, this has to do with motivation. Like, how do we get in this in the first place? So 1 + 1 = 2 class. I'm just pretend like you're in a class, okay? 1 + 1 = 2, children. Oh, you're so cute, children. Who gave me that apple? Ah, you're my favorite, Shelly. Or is that Susie? Sorry, I pick on Susie all the time. Let's pick on Shelly today. I hope there's not a Shelly in the comments. If there's a Shelly in the comments, we're not picking on... What was that? Did you guys see something? Okay, whatever. So you introduce symbols. Now, children, now that is 1 + 1 = 2, and they have no idea what that means. Now let's write a sentence. Let's see. Jenny. I'm not gonna write the whole thing. I'll just put like the main words. It's gonna take me too much space and time. Jenny has 1 apple. Okay, at the party, and then Bobby shows up with 1 apple. I pretend like this is a fully grammatically correct sentence. Story problem, right? Okay, so we start with symbols, and now we start with the concept. After we introduce the symbols, this is how you program students. You give them information before you know what it is. And so the reason I went into dyslexia, what happens to the extremely intelligent dyslexic brain, which goes into all the dimensions right here, your brain starts making stuff up. Because a genius brain does not like to not understand. I've got to know. I've got to know. And it works fast because it works in pictures. You know when they say a picture's worth 1,000 words? Okay? A picture's worth 1,000 words. That's a big deal. And so what you're doing, you're looking at 1 + 1 = 2 at least making stuff up. Because of your genius mind. 32 pictures a second. 32 pictures a second is what you're doing with those labeled with dyslexia, which is just thinking in pictures. Because you're thinking in pictures and trying to make this make sense. So let's see what happens in 1 minute. The average person, let's ask Google, hold on. When you're reading, how fast does the average person take in information while reading? That's redundant, but let's see if I get an answer. Yeah, 200, 300 words a minute. Okay. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say 300. Okay. So people who, it's usually non-player characters, don't have pictures in their mind. They don't have inner voices, anything like that. And when they read, the reading comprehension, I guess, is up to 300 words per minute of taking in information with words. Okay? Now, let's take the cute phrase and let's math this thing. So a person who does well in school, they're processing things roughly. Again, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. It says between 200 and 300. Let's say 300. Like in the past, it used to be 180, but whatever. Anyway, what happened? The non-player characters get better. So let's look at this. 300 words per minute is what the average person in school processes, the ones that can make good grades, okay? So a picture's worth 1,000 words, and someone who has dyslexia or whatever is processing this, trying to figure out before this even happens, trying to figure this out at 32 pictures per second. Okay. Start doing the math. Calculator. Okay. We've got 32 pictures per second, and each of those pictures, 32 pictures, is worth 1,000 words. Okay. So in 1 second, not even a minute yet. We're not even to a minute. In 1 second, someone who is dyslexic has processed 32,000 words, equivalent to 32,000 words. That's what you processed in 1 second. You start to make sense why school was hard for geniuses. Oh, it gets better. Let's multiply it by 60. Times 60. 1,920,000 words in 1 minute. So someone with dyslexia, neurodivergent, whatever these fancy terms though that we love, right? So Susie, sorry, let's pick on Susie. Is there a Susie in the comments? I hope not. Let's pick on Susie today. So Susie reads and does not think in pictures, thinks in symbols. So Susie processes 300 words a minute. And that's all Susie can do. Susie's a prime candidate for public school programming. Education is equivalent to programming. If you educate, it's not self-discovery. And I'll show you what self-discovery, and that's the only way I teach, is directed self-discovery. You learn the information yourself. You might the directed part is, hey, look over there. Oh, I didn't know to look over there, but now that I'm looking over there, I'm discovering something. Dude, I didn't tell you what it was. You discovered it. And once you discover it yourself, you know it the rest of your life. That's why the programming doesn't work. You didn't discover in the style that they teach you. 1 + 1 = 2, you discovered nothing. And that makes no sense. So your body starts, or your mind, or whatever it is, starts processing. The dyslexic mind starts processing this information at 32 frames, or 32 pictures a second. So in the equivalent time, when a regular person is processing 300 words a minute, the average genius, dyslexic, autistic, well, whatever, ADHD falls under dyslexia. So we're talking the same thing. ADD, ADHD falls into the same umbrella. So you're sitting in class processing the equivalent of almost 2 million words. And Susie's processing 300. That's Susie's speed. And you're at almost 2 million that this is going. Now, let's say before, the concepts of 1 + 1 = 2 are even introduced. How long is that on the board? What if it's up there 5 minutes? Okay. It's up on the board 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, it does open like that. Instead of 1 minute. Because you're almost at 2 million. You've processed almost 2 million, equivalent to 2 million words in 1 minute. So the teacher leaves it on the board before any type of concept is introduced. Okay, so let's multiply that. Crap, what did I do? Here we go. Multiply that times 5 for 5 minutes. Okay, now we are getting really close to 10 million pictures or 10 million words. A picture's worth 10 million, or a picture's worth 1,000 words. So you've processed in that 5 minutes almost the equivalent to 10 million words. See why you're stressed out after school? But you're like, well, I'm not really smart because I didn't understand. It's designed that way. This is programming. It's just showing you can't be programmed. It is what it is. But what happens if you don't do well? We're going to talk about that today, right? So you've got the symbols are introduced first in the programming of the school system. And then we're pretending like this is a full sentence. Like a word problem. You know, Jenny comes to the party with 1 apple. Bobby comes to the party with 1 apple. When you put these 2 apples together, how many apples do you have? 2. Oh, sorry. I gave the answer away. When you put this apple and this apple together, how many apples do you have? 2. Okay, now we start to get into concepts of what this means. But this is introduced first. See how when you stop listening to people and you stop doing what people tell you to do, you finally figure everything out? Because it's programming. It's programming, getting you to do the same thing that's always been done, and I don't do that crap. I'm not going to keep doing what everybody's done in the past. I mean, you can. If you're going to build a bridge, you better sit there in class and pay attention if you're going to build a bridge. I'm going to be driving over. But for the rest of it's pretty much useless to me. It actually, I saw someone teach themselves to read and write from scratch, an adult. Read and write from scratch, and was doing a really good job in 1 year. It doesn't take 13 years to learn how to write and communicate with people, to read. Yeah. Why are you in there 13 years? Programming. That's how you program someone. You don't give them pause out on their own. Oh, we're going to do school for 1 year, and then you take a year off. You'd never go back. Because you learn more in that year on your own than in school. So this is the public school system. Symbols first. And then we're starting to get a concept, but the concept is now in writing. Now, we go out into the real world. And I don't know if I can draw an apple or not, but I'll draw a rectangle, like a picture. I'll do that. And I go, okay, children, look out in the classroom or the real world. And now let's find an example in the real world of 1 + 1 = 2. Okay. There we go. So we'll pretend like there's pictures on the wall in the classroom. And so like, hey, children, look around the classroom and find this concept in the classroom. Oh, teacher, there's 1 picture on this wall, and there's 1 picture on that wall over there. But if you put those pictures together, there's 2 pictures. So now we're getting the concept of plus, together, and the sum, and what 1 means. Now we're starting to understand what the number 1 means, what plus means. See, it took probably you getting here for you to go, oh, that's what plus is. That's what equals is. So by the time we're finished with this, and it's like, I didn't understand from the get-go. I've had over processing 10 million. Let's not just do it words, let's do pictures. Okay. Okay, so if a picture's worth 1,000 words, so we've got 32 frames per second. Okay, so 32 pictures per second. We'll just do the actual pictures. So that dyslexic brain or autistic brain, ADHD, and all those, they function at least 32 frames per second, making stuff up. That makes it fluid. You like film. There's no breaks. You don't see any glitches. If you're watching a film and it's like 12 frames per second, you're going to see jerky movements in there. It's not going to be fluid. Excuse me. So at 32 frames per second, okay, times 60 seconds is you in 1 minute you have processed 1,920 pictures. of what you're trying to figure this out before this is introduced. The mind stays in a place of confusion. And when the dyslexic mind, the genius mind, is in a state of confusion, it starts to make stuff up because it doesn't like that state at all. It tries to make sense of everything, including making stuff up that does not match reality. Does that make sense? Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, Oscar. Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Oh. my students, I'll show you what we did with my students. Let me draw a line so you know the difference. Thank you, Oscar. You're a sweetheart. And I guess the short version is you had decided that this is what you were going to do when you got here. This is how you were going to learn this stuff. So you would have just had an easy time in school and learned math and gone on. But look what kind of character you've got. Look how you've grown. Because of just my experience being made fun of. I'll talk about you, Oscar. Being made fun of and all of that's what's wrong with you. That you can't learn. See, they don't call it programming. They call it education. Why can't we educate you? So, we start to lose our worth. See, all of this is built on worthiness and worth. And now I'm cold again. Let me cover up. Does it make sense? So here's my school that I ran. It's not really my school. There were owners. I was the director of the school. And in this, excuse me, I taught grade, not all at one time, but I taught grades, K through 12. So even if it was like one class or whatever, over the course of time when I was there, I taught all the grades, or at least one class, in a certain grade. And that, pretty much helped me to develop it. So I developed this curriculum, and I'm going to show you how the curriculum was styled in this private school that we had. So, in a private school, not only can you do your own curriculum or whatever, there's no state testing or anything like that. You can do your own curriculum, but you can demand that the kids eat a certain diet and do certain things to go to that school. And because we were in the position that we could tell them, hey, if you don't want to eat this diet, which is taking all the crap out basically, and just a whole foods diet, common sense whole foods diet. If you don't do this, we're kicking your kid out of school. And since it's not a public school, we can do that. And so, man, I learned a lot running that school. So what I learned is when you changed all the kids' diets, all the kids got off of their medications. All of them. Well, except for one, but we kicked him out after he ran through a glass door. And I won't talk about what happened after he ran through a glass door. We'll just say it wasn't good at all. I think he's okay, but something happened to him in his childhood when you look at his face. We'll just say that. Something happened. So we kicked him out because his mom, this who did not follow the diet, brought him McDonald's chicken nuggets for lunch. And like I don't go to McDonald's, but it was something like the 9-piece instead of the 12-piece or something like that. And he threw a fit and ran through a glass door. Holy crap. It was an outside door, And it was an expensive door, too. It wasn't a cheap one. Those things start at $30,000 for a commercial building. Yeah, he ran through one of those. It was bad. So, because we, and we didn't even know where all these conditions were coming from. We didn't know, it started with worms and parasites creating out-of-control behavior. The out-of-control behavior comes from worms and parasites. Once you deparasite, which the foods they were eating were feeding all the parasites. And what they switched to, non-processed stuff and all. It was absolutely amazing. So yeah, all the ADHD and everybody got off all their medications in the school. It wasn't a requirement to get off of it, but they just naturally got off of their medications because they weren't necessary in the school. Isn't that cool? So this is where I learned this, is by experimenting. by experimenting on kids. God, their parents knew full well what we were doing. They were okay with it. So we didn't hurt them. It wasn't like experimenting in the public school system. Oh God, that's crazy. So this is how you would teach math class. Again, I'm being overly simplistic with the math, just for the concept. I care if you know the concept or not. I don't want to program you. Not my business. Okay, public school, this is how they teach you. Symbols first, no comprehension of what they mean. No meaning at all. A beginning of meaning, but meaning with spelling. And then now we get into the real world, and let's find a real world. You know, two pictures. Put the two pictures together, we got 1 + 1 = 2. Now it's like, oh. Someone with dyslexia, what are you chewing on? Oh, okay, you're fine. Someone with dyslexia finally goes, oh, finally I get it. Think of how many days or minutes or hours or whatever that they spent before they truly understood. Now what's happened as a result of this style of learning? We just ran the numbers a while ago. So we might have 2,000, 20,000 different ideas of what that is than that. This is one of 20,000 ideas of 1 + 1 = 2 that's in the mind of the dyslexic. So in public school, what happens? It's the next day. Okay, kids, you know, yesterday we learned 1 + 1 = 2. You know, let's test it. Let's test it. And so, okay, Jimmy. Sorry, picking on poor Jimmy. Poor Jimmy. So, Jimmy, what is 1 + 1 =? You know what Jimmy does? Jimmy has to sort through 20,000 pictures to find this one. So when Jimmy's brain is analytically just going through the filing cabinet up there of this debacle from the day before, trying to find 1 + 1 =, I know it's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. Jimmy, were you not paying attention yesterday? Oh yeah, I was. Obviously, I can't find it. It's in this sea of my brilliance. Just making stuff up. And then finally, Jimmy, you're being defiant. No, I'm trying to find it. You know, I can't find the information. I'm having to swim through 20,000 pictures to find 1 + 1 = 2. It's in there. It's in there. It's Jimmy. Why do you do this in this class? You don't pay attention. You know where this goes. And then here goes our worth. We don't feel worthy. We feel, I don't know if I can use the STUPID word. You know, we feel this way. And then if Jimmy gets frustrated during this process, guess where he ends up? In the principal's office. And later, in prison. I don't know what the latest statistics are. The old statistics I know. Let's see. What percentage of the people in prison have dyslexia? It used to be 80. Let's see what it is now. They're not saying. Oh, no, I looked it up before. It was like 80%. I think it's more. My opinion. Dyslexia in prison. Okay, percentage of prison inmates. There we go. Well, it says 50 now. Oh, 80. There we go. So it was 80% functionally. 80% functionally illiterate in prison. Gee. How'd they get there? I'm not saying they didn't do anything. That's not what I mean. But how did they get there? They went through this process and then felt like trash. Society doesn't want them. They're not smart. Why do I even finish school? You know, I can't learn this. I can't be programmed. See, this is where we go with this. We incarcerate the geniuses. We treat the geniuses like crap because they can't be programmed. It's part of the process. That's why the public schools are in place. Is to break you down. The public school, when I did my research on the public school, Yeah, this has to do with motivation. When I did a research on the public school, the methods that they use for teaching kids is the same methods that they use for training dogs. It's dog training. Okay. Think about it. Let's pause for a second and chew on that. So the school I ran, I wrote the curriculum from K through 12 for the school. And here's how it starts. Okay, class. We're in math class. Oh, thank you, Oscar. Makes sense, doesn't it? Hey, class. Okay, understand. This is math class, so whatever we're doing is related to math. Directed self-discovery. I'm directing you. Like, it's math. This isn't like English class, okay? We're directing in the direction of math. I'm going to take these 2 pictures off the wall. Hold on, let me see if I can draw. Oh my goodness, what I do? Let me see if I can draw 2 rectangles again. I thought the rectangles didn't look too bad. I'm going to make them smaller. Hold on, what's she chewing on? Oh, that's okay. I thought it was my shoe. Okay, this is the public school way of doing things. This is directed self-discovery that works for people with dyslexia, ADD, ADHD, autism, all of that stuff. This works for everybody. Hey, class. Again, a different kind of situation. Here's these 2 pictures. I took them off the wall, put them like right in front of the desk where everybody could see them. It's math class. Let's think of math concepts while we're here. And what math concept can you come up with these 2 pictures? And then you let the whole class, like, hey, teacher. They didn't call me teacher, but hey, Miss, I'm not going to say what my name was. Hey, Miss Coffee. Mrs. Whatever. You can take one of those, like they'll go up to the front and take the picture and like move it away and go, you can take one away. And then there's only one left. Oh, good job. That is a math concept. Awesome. That is so cool. Thank you. And then someone else comes up and they're like, we'll take both of these. So they'll go pick up. You want them touching stuff. You can smell the pictures. You can hear the pictures as you're touching them and moving them. You can see them. You can smell them. Let's not, but you can taste the pictures. You're hearing. I'm touching it. So all the senses are involved in this process. So it's part of how you're programmed. Your natural way of taking everything in is with all the senses. And when you get in school, what are we limited to? Maybe this, maybe this. And that's it. The information doesn't come in like the solid form. Okay. So then, so it's like, that's so cool. Subtraction. Oh yeah, we're talking about subtraction. And then then someone goes, wait a minute. Here's one picture. Here's one picture. They're sitting next to each other. They're together. So that makes 2 pictures. Yes. So there's no wrong answers. Okay. And they're in there, they're thinking about math concepts, and they finally hit on the topic of the day, which is addition. We're teaching addition. Again, I'm being real simplistic with this. But I've done this with calculus and trig and geometry and algebra in the same way. Like in all of that, we start with a circle. And we start dividing and subdividing the circle and all to get to the Pythagorean theorem. We start with a picture. We don't start with a Pythagorean theorem and then tell you what it is. Because do you know what it is? Unless you're like one of those math geeks. Like I was, whatever. So here I taught, it's going to surprise you. I taught math, calculus, trig, geometry, and algebra. And I do not have my multiplication tables memorized. I didn't memorize them. And I was still able to do calculus and trig and all of that without memorizing. I went into the test in high school not having the Pythagorean theorem memorized. I couldn't write it down to save my life. And if I did know what it meant. But my mom taught me, starting with a circle on a piece of paper. If it was three-dimensional, it would have started with a sphere. But we're talking math. Math is more two-dimensional. Math is just a language, by the way. Did you know that? Math. Oh, this universe was created with math. No, it wasn't. This universe was created with patterns and colors and crap. We take the symbols to try and talk to each other about the patterns. This is a language. Did you know that? That math is a language. Wow. To talk about patterns. Isn't that cool? And the way my mom taught me, starting with the circle, she showed me the pattern. Oh, the genius brain understands patterns more than anybody on this planet. So once you get that pattern, you got it. You understand the Pythagorean theorem now. And you can come to the formula if you start drawing a circle, divide it and subdivide it. You can come up with a Pythagorean theorem without memorizing it. So in the school I ran, the curriculum went like this in every class, no matter what the class was. We taught the concept first, okay? So here's the concept, directed self-discovery. That's what I do with you guys in all my workshops. They're $35, you guys. thegodbubble.com. If you have a hard time learning things, you're not in my workshops. I've got you remote viewing from the start, your natural state remote viewing. And you've got the picture concepts. So we've got all the concepts, and then we apply others to it. Okay, so now we've got two pictures. And then, okay, class, now that we've understood the math concept of addition or whatever, let's put this into a word sentence, or a word problem, as they call it. Calling something in math a problem in the first place. Think of how many blocks are up. If it's a math problem, you don't want problems, right? So it's like, I don't know. Look at the vocabulary of what to call it. No wonder you're having a hard time in math, right? Okay, so let me think. This is not going to be full sentence because I got a fat marker. So I'll put, there was one picture on the wall. And Billy, can we pick on Billy? We picked on Bobby before. In Billy's house. Okay. And then there was one picture at Susie's house. That was a terrible example, but and then Bobby brought his picture to school. Oh, sorry, Billy. Sorry, Billy. Billy, that you can't remember my name. I made it up. Okay, so Billy brings a picture to school. Susie brings a picture to school. If you put both of those pictures together, there's two pictures. So we're doing the word problem. Okay. Now it's like, oh my gosh, I completely understand this concept, teacher. Oh my gosh, I got it. I've got a picture for it. See, people who think in pictures, you've got to have a picture before you're introduced to symbols, or there's complete and total confusion. Like the school system introduces you to the symbols first before the concept. So we're going backwards. So we finally understand here, but it's time for the next concept. But they introduce the symbols first. So the geniuses just have a confusing, from kindergarten to 12th grade, is just pure HE double hockey sticks. And you don't feel smart at all when you're the genius in the class. Now what happens to Susie? Susie! She's thinking in words. 300 words a minute is all Susie's got. Susie, what's 1 + 1? 2, teacher. That's why you're my favorite. Oh, Susie, thank you for the apple. You're such a kiss-a. I love it. Oh, I love all this. Oh, I've done a good job with Susie. Oh, I was starting to think I wasn't a good teacher, with old Bobby over here. or Bill, or who are we picking on today? Sorry, picking on you guys. I hope there's nobody in the comments by these names. Sorry about that if you are. Hey, Des. So now that we've been introduced, we have oh my gosh, I know what plus is. I know what equals is. I know what 1 is. I know what 2 is. I've learned that now. I get it. I get it. I don't know how you write 2. I don't know how it's written or anything, but I know the concept of 2. So you might have heard the word 2, 1s and 2s and plus and equals. You've been listening to all of those words while you're learning the concept. Here we go. Learning the concept. And then now it's like, okay, class, now that we understand the concept, let's put some symbols to this so that you can talk to other people about this concept and have a kind of a basis for that, a standard, to help start a conversation about math. So, okay, the 1, that represents this picture. Okay, this represents like the joining of the pictures. Let's not use fancy words. This one represents that picture. And then that is the adding them together. What is the total, or what is the sum? And then so it's like, here's one picture, there's 2 pictures. So here's what the number 2 looks like, kids. Here's the symbol that represents when you put those together. And this represents them by themselves. See how all of a sudden we have put symbols to a concept we understand? And everything makes sense. Everything makes sense because you started with the concept first. So again, public school way of doing things. And the way that people with dyslexia, ADD, ADHD, autism, and all that actually learn is this way. And remember that the third dimension and the reality we're experiencing right now is, I'll oversimplify, but it's like we are playing a game in the mirror. We're playing a game in the mirror. So when this is natural and normal, we look in the mirror and see this, and this is the world we create. That show you symbols before comprehension, before concept. Okay? With here, the way you learn, most of the people in here, through directed self-discovery, it's like, I want to learn a specific thing. Well, there's a direction, right? But when you get there, I don't tell you what's there. You discover it yourself. And when you discover it yourself, you retain that information forever. When you memorize a formula, it's gone right after the test because you didn't understand the concept. You try to use your calculator and a formula, plug some stuff in, you get some random number that has no concept to it. Because you didn't learn it this way. So now it's like, okay, let me try this, teacher. Okay. 1 + 1 = 3. Right? Right? It's 3. That is 3. Well, no, let's count. Let's count. Because we did counting last week. We started counting in order. So let's just start counting. 1, 2. See how logically it's not 3, it's 2? You know, and we think our way through this. Oh, that's the wrong answer. Well, that's not helpful. A big fat red X. That's my neighbor. A big fat red X on your paper? That's not motivating. See where we are now as an adult, or wherever you find yourself, we're seeking motivation. It's like, oh, Kelly, we're finally to the topic. No, we're talking about the topic the whole time. I was showing you the concept this whole time, and now we're applying it to the title. Oh my gosh, Kelly! Ah! So this is a big reason that we may find ourselves in need of motivation. And again, if we need daily motivation, then we're going to find that feeling and emotion, which programs your reality. We're going to find need in work, need in our relationships, need in our finances. Now, a step up, yay, we're getting promoted. This is an improvement, okay? So it's not the final destination, but an improvement from need is want. Not desirable, but better, but better. So it goes from, oh, I need a car, okay? Just using that for an example. I need a car, because I don't have a car. Okay. And here's an example of want. Well, I've got a car, so I'm not in need. You know, I've got a car. But man, my neighbor got this big boat and he parked it on his driveway. Oh gosh, I really want a boat. Oh gosh, I want a boat so bad. You've got everything you need, but now we're going into want. Now, are you ever going to get that boat with those feelings? I want a boat. No, you're not. You will never get that boat being in a feeling of want or need. So you need a boat. I don't know why you would need a boat, but none of my business. I want a boat. Okay, here's another example. Okay, I want a boat. This is an upgrade. You've got need, want. Now I have the boat. These are the main feelings that I see driving most everybody's avatar experience here on Earth Simulation 101. I don't know what to call it. Okay, so I have my boat. I have a boat. Let's see how temporary this is, right? Well, there's lots of ways of not having a boat anymore, such as a tornado. Oh, it's a tornado, I don't have a boat. Or, oh no, there's no money for the boat payment, and they came and took my boat away. Or, gosh, my boat is so old. It just, the motor doesn't even run anymore. I had the boat, but now I don't. Now, in order to have a boat, you gotta get another one. Because this one has a hole in it. It's a tornado. So we find ourselves, and we finally have it. But everything that I've found, I don't know about you, every solid thing that I've ever found on the face of this planet is temporary, including that boat. Everything. I've got it, now I don't. So that is such a temporary state. World. Oh, this is helpful. An upgrade from that is, now we've entered the push-pull white light system of manipulation. Manipulating the things around you instead of healing. And allowing the avatar to go back to its natural state of prosperity and abundance and success and wealth is the natural state of the avatar, and so is motivated. Motivated is the natural state of the avatar. See why I'm telling you all this? You think motivation is outside of yourself. That's okay, we all did at one time. And occasionally, when this avatar falls in the ditch, you know, there it is again, right? Oh, I need motivation today. It's okay. It's okay. So the I am this avatar. I am the higher self. I am God. This I am place is like, oh, I rule over all of this stuff. I am motivation itself. Well, what is that? The I am is identifying with the illusion and thinking that you are the illusion or a character in the illusion. That's the I am. The white light. Girl, you guys are going to heal. Good job sticking around for this, because you're going to heal, and everybody who scrolled past is not. They're going to go get motivation today, then more motivation tomorrow, then more motivation the next day, because they're in a lack and loss program. So I'm going to help you with that too. We're going to do activities. You guys stick around. Oh, I've got, if you don't have time today, my workshops are $35, you guys, on thegodbubble.com. It's in my bio. Go check it out. If you're like, Kelly, which one do I do first? Just write, my email's there. Just write me. And it's like, okay, Kelly, I'm kind of new to this, and this is what's going on in my life. And then I could maybe help you figure out which, because at $35, you can take definitely more than one workshop. And I would help you to put those in order as best as I could, that you would get the biggest benefit from doing this one first, then this one, then this one, and put it, because they're not all in like a certain order, because everybody comes in it, you know, with something different. These are workshops that were originally like $450 and thereabouts, that have reduced the price to $35 for you guys on TikTok to help meet your budget. I don't know if I'm going to get my rent paid, but you're going to meet your budget with with that, and you're going to do great. Makes kids feel smart. Yeah. While you're being programmed. So I would say 99.99999% of everybody's program out there is push-pull white light systems of I am. The I am. And just think of the Bible. I am that I am that I am. Wait, what is that Bible verse? I'm butchering it. What is the Bible verse? I am that I am that I am. Let me get the direct quote. Oh, the Bible is a collection of... Well, who cares? I just want the quote. The verse. I am that I am. Okay. And God said... I'm sorry, I don't remember saying this, but okay, whatever. They're writing about me in here. And God said unto Moses, who was a giant that had horns, and not quite human. Think about it. So not too hard. Oh, I am that I am. Sorry, I had to add an extra I am. I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou... It's hard to read. Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. Okay, sorry, dyslexia, just kind of scrambled eggs in the brain right now. Hold on. What? I what? Oh. So the I am, you find in religions, this I call it white light push-pull systems of deception. That's what I call it. The white light push-pull systems. We can go through the list if you want to. It's going to blow your mind. You came in here for motivation. You're going to get full and complete total healing in a lot more areas than you thought. I'm not just going to spout out daily motivation to you. Because all that does is it feeds you for today and you're going to be hungry for tomorrow. I'm teaching you how to fish. So you can fish all the damn time. Well, I hope you like fish. Let's get you a fishing pole and teach you some skills. Instead of give you motivation today. Because the natural state of these avatars is motivated. So all you've done is block yourself from the motivation. Tell yourself that there is none. And then fill yourself up with stuff outside of yourself. So if you're not motivated and you're going into a world that you create with the feelings of no motivation, your creation that you're trying to seek motivation from has no motivation. See, that's why you have to go daily outside of yourself. But it's not even outside of yourself. You created this daily motivation that you seek and you're never satisfied. Satisfaction is a core feeling. The natural state of the avatar, satisfied. But we're not satisfied here. I hope this makes sense. Hopefully this is helpful to you. And I'll read off the list if you want to in a minute. Let me get through this example to show you the main that I say. I've worked with over 16,000 people. And in that, these are the 5 main things that I see. These 5 main states. So you go from the I am, and the I am is one of the biggest, the highest push-pull of all, the I am. And then you get to the next one by letting go, a state of being. A state of being without details. A state of being that then programs the plasma to create reality with those feelings and emotions. So your reality is created with it. So if you're not motivated, the reality you create, there's no motivation in that either. Right? So then we go into our creation to be motivated. Makes no damn sense. So we take a step back and go, wait a minute. If this avatar, if I let go and allow, this body will heal itself, and the natural state of the body is motivated. That's the natural state of these avatars, is motivated. And then in healing, in your natural state, a state of being motivated. Every day, you're in the state of being motivated because you don't have to go after it. See why daily motivation doesn't work? Over the long run. Now, what if we fall into the ditch? Let's not demonize daily motivation. Oh, heck no. Did it help you get out of the ditch? But then you find if you don't do daily motivation, you fall back into the ditch. Right? What I offer is permanent healing. The God Bubble manifestation system is permanent healing. And the reason it's a manifestation system, we don't push and pull manifestations. We focus on letting go, allowing, and healing. And then you're manifesting anyway. Like, Kelly, teach me how to manifest. Well, look around. You see your refrigerator? Just talking about where I am. See your refrigerator, your kitchen, your dining room? You manifested that. So you're not asking for me to teach you how to manifest. What you're doing is asking me to help you with your emotions. So when you're constantly manifesting the world around you, you're manifesting some cool stuff. Stuff that we wanted instead of the others. Is that cool to know? So it goes from need, want, I have, I am. And then a state of being is when we finally let go. So if you're moving up or across this, you're doing great. Oh, Kelly, I'm stuck in have. That's all right. You're not in need. Yay, you're not in need anymore. Good job. Wow, look, let's celebrate our victories. Kelly, I'm not in a state of being yet. Well, with that attitude, you're never going to be there. So focus on celebrating. Because it's like, well, I've been in need a long time and I found myself in have. Wow, good job, me. Good job. Sushi day. to me, rewards come in sushi. Come in sushi form. When I celebrate, it might involve sushi. Right? Celebrate one step. Oh, Kelly, there's 10 steps and I didn't make it to 10. But have you ever gotten to step 1 in the past? No. Let's go have some sushi in your honor. let's celebrate. Step 1. If you're not, you've probably got a self-limiting type program running. That's all that is. Because we don't limit ourselves naturally. We go out there and we create without limits. But then we get inside the matrix. That's all the matrix is. It's just limits. Limits all over the place. Gosh, I hope this is helpful. So after we go from need, want, I have, I am, and then a state of being when we finally let go. Okay. Now, Kelly, what are the push-pull white light systems? Are you sitting down? You might want to sit down for this. My live count might drop when I start reading off the white light push-pull systems. Because a lot of people find themselves in these systems, push-pull white light systems, and it's a part of their profession or their core belief system that's holding their messed up world together. But if you let go of that messed up world, you get stuff you never knew was available. It's good. Okay, so here's all the push-pull white light systems of deception. And these will keep you from your natural state of being. All of these. So, and you can think whatever you want. It's like, Kelly's telling me to stop that right now. No, that's you in a program telling you to stop that right now. We're just looking for acknowledgement. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. We're not going to judge or criticize ourselves or find fault or blame or give out guilt or shame. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. So here's the push-pull white light systems of deception. If you find yourself in any of these, you're trapped in the matrix. And what white light am I talking about? Not consciousness, okay? You've got the God bubble. It creates a plasma field or a potential field. You apply feelings and emotions to that. Feelings and emotions create a vortex, which creates a toroidal field. Excuse me. You create a toroidal field. And that toroidal field not only has a black hole, a portal, but white light coming out. And what is that white light? It's pure consciousness. It's like effervescent, in fact. It's beautiful. It twinkles like a star. Mm-hmm. For a reason. Consciousness. Consciousness. You can find it in this game. It's the stars up there. That's why you connect to them so much. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I was trying to plug my phone in, and I'm finding that. Good grief. Oh. Sorry about that. So, sorry about the view. I'm trying to plug my phone in. There we go. Okay. There. Okay, now I'm charging. I think I'm charging my phone updated, and I don't exactly know what's going on. Oops. Okay, so push-pull white light systems of deception. Magic, M-A-J-I-K. Getting in the flow. Crystals, gems, minerals. Again, not consciousness, but this is the white light we're pushing. From that toroidal field, it activates the matrix. Here's a software program for the matrix. Here's the awareness inside of the video game. This is not consciousness. Although this consciousness and everything is what drives this whole thing. If you're not conscious of this, then there's no use doing it. So these push-pull white light systems are pushing and pulling the awareness in the game. Because consciousness can't be pushed. So what'll happen is people will do a lot of letting go. And they'll find themselves in consciousness and then try to push it and pull it. Because that's what they're trained to do. And all these systems train you to do that. Okay? So the push-pull white light systems are... Hold on. Oh, that's sushi, isn't it? It was so tiny I couldn't figure it out what that was, Des. When you put that up there, that's cool. Okay, push-pull white light systems. Magic, getting in the flow. Crystals, gems, minerals, mirrors, scrying. Smudging, portals, twin flames, soulmates, kundalini, white light, black light, witchcraft, spelling, Wicca, Reiki, light language, astrology, excuse me, praying, white light religions, love peace religions, Jesus, ascended masters, extraterrestrials, and so forth. Let's see. I popped my ears. Good grief. Chakras. Now playing with your chakras. That's a push-pull white light system. These all get you trapped in the matrix. Everything I'm reading. These all sound familiar, don't they? Breath work, law of attraction, the secret, new age, astral projection, astral travel, angels, working with the angels, medium work, singing bowls, tarot cards, oracle cards, pendulums, raising your vibration. This all gets you trapped in the matrix. Oh, don't worry, my workshops help you with this. $35 a piece on thegodbubble.com, you guys. Spirit guides. I knew the live count would go down. Spirit guides. Working with spirit guides. Or again, any other middleman. Transmutation. Meditation. Yoga. We're not going to put Pilates in there because I don't want you to hate on me. I'm not saying Pilates isn't good for you, but it keeps you trapped in the matrix. I know. I've always wanted to take a Pilates class. Balancing, hands-on healing, hands-off healing, grid work, binaural beats. What do they call it? Like a light worker? You're a light worker? You know what you're doing if you're a light worker? I'm just saying. You're trapped in the matrix, pushing and pulling awareness, and saying you're saving humanity. When this concept of light worker, what we really came for was to let go of all of these shenanigans and find ourselves in consciousness, which is also white light. See how we've taken the idea of coming here to heal till we find ourselves in our star? In that star, which is pure consciousness. And then it's like work. Anything with work in it will get you trapped in the matrix. That's pushing and pulling. So light. Well, which light? You think you're talking about consciousness, but you're not. The light workers are wasting their time, exhausting themselves, pushing and pulling. Why do you think the light workers feel like crap? You came here to shed everything until that light that is within is just, boo, look at me, I'm here. And that's not this light either. So yeah, light workers are just hurting people and hurting themselves. Isn't that good to know? You don't have to be a light worker anymore. Just be. In that state of being, your consciousness comes out. There's the light. See how we've misunderstood. We tried to, with this light, that we came here to do something with light or whatever. And then where did you learn about being a light worker? When you're out in the middle of the woods eating bark off the trees? Not looking at social media or YouTube or TikTok or anything? Would you have ever known what a light worker was? Probably not. How do we get these concepts of programming? Because turning you came here to shed this reality and just to be. In that state of being, you're in pure consciousness. That's what creates all of this. Oh, but no, come here and be a light worker and go, I'm a light worker. I've been doing light worker work for 10 years. So I'm a big thing in the spiritual community. Yeah, I went to those seminars and all those, what do you call those? Get-togethers that I never went to. I found that, when a bunch of psychic people get together for a fair or whatever it's called, when they've all got their tables all lined up and you go do that, and then maybe they've got speakers and so forth. I found in the spiritual community are the biggest backstabbers and mean and hateful people I've ever seen. They're so mean to people. They're so jealous. And they're, oh, I haven't seen that neighbor before. That's a cute dog. Just saying. So, I've never seen such mean behavior. Like all out Gen X kind of stuff being mean. Gen X style. And I never wanted to go to the spiritual places. All this love and light crap. While they're talking about, and so, people would come by and they'd be like, oh yeah, I'm interested in your spiritual stuff. Don't go down there to Susie. Sorry, picking on Susie today. Don't go down there to Susie. She doesn't know what she's doing. She talks to demons and stuff. Like don't do that. And they'll backstab the crap out of each other and criticize each other. And every one of them wants to be the number one spiritual person, which is the furthest from spirituality that you can get. So then spirituality just becomes this hierarchy climbing kind of thing. I'm the biggest spiritual person in the world. Okay, but if you were truly spiritual, you wouldn't even be here at this place. Because what is spiritual? What is spirit? A literal spirit is breath. That's literally what spirit is breath. Let's think about this. Sound creates vibration, which creates what? We're in plasma, by the way. We're finding ourselves in plasma in this thing. Which plasma is a simulation too, but anyway, that's rules. So in plasma, when you do that, the sound creates a frequency which creates a vortex. And what does that vortex create in plasma? A toroidal field. So, spirit, they say, is breath. So when you're breathing, you're producing toroidal fields. And what do toroidal fields produce? Pure consciousness. Not awareness, pure consciousness. So that's why people get into spirituality, because they get to the consciousness. But then what happens? Oh, now that I find that, I'm having a breathing or a conscious experience, now let's do breath work, pushing and pulling. or whatever it is. It's all patterns, all the patterns of breath work. I've tried a few. To get your, I forgot what that was, for your third eye or whatever, you breathe a certain way. To get, what was that stuff? It's a chemical that you create in your body through breath. So what is that? It's pushing and pulling and manipulating a body. If you were healed, you would be naturally in the consciousness. But now you're doing breath work and pushing and pulling. What happens when you start pushing and pulling consciousness? Nothing. Nothing at all. You can't. Once you start pushing and pulling, you're over in awareness automatically. That's why the concept is great spirituality. But these avatars naturally are at a slow, deep breathing place. These avatars, when everything's healed and you're in a natural state, these avatars are breathing slowly and deeply, naturally. Now, we'll do exercises with slow, deep breathing that is helpful in the process so your body remembers what it's supposed to feel like with all that consciousness in it. But if you move on over to breath work, which is a white light push-pull system, suddenly you're out of pure consciousness where it was, absolutely amazing. And people who get in that place, it feels incredible. It's just a place of letting go. It's not a white light high. This will give you a high and a buzz. This white light, it will be like, woo! This is how you'll be. I'm going to fill myself up with that every day. Pure consciousness is just that feeling of being. It's a state of being. You're not even at peace. You've let go of peace. And you thought peace was a final destination. Having peace until we lost it again, right? The original state of the avatar is peace. But when we're getting into consciousness in its purest form, there's no bodies, there's no emotions, there's no details, there's no Walmarts, none of that. Pure, white light consciousness. Now let's push and pull back to awareness trapped in the matrix. Is that helpful? If it seems impossible right now to let go of it, it's okay. Because you've been programmed to think that. That's why you never try. But my methods, my workshops that I've got $35 a piece. These are $450 workshops, you guys. thegodbubble.com, it's in my bio. So here's all these push-pull white light systems that, let's not demonize any of these, by the way. I'll continue the list. Let's not demonize them. Let's look at this as, oh, wait a minute. Okay, Kelly's talking about yoga. But man, in the mid, around 2014, 2015, I wasn't doing so well. And I took that yoga class and I had mindfulness. I had all of this stuff and it really helped me out of a ditch. So let's not demonize yoga. We can still acknowledge yoga as pushing and pulling the white light without demonizing it. What is our relationship with yoga? We know what someone's relationship is with Pilates, but we don't talk about that. Oh, there goes my neighbor. I haven't got a close-up look at his face. Oh, he wanted to, you guys that were in here the other day, when I was like, I think he's trying to, come over here and talk to me or whatever, to meet me, maybe to ask me out or something, I don't know. Because he's been being weird like that. I saw him the other day, he smoked cigarettes, so it's a no. No. All right. Nope. No, not interested. Here's the other push-pull white light systems. Karma. I'm surprised my life count didn't just drop. Karma. Balancing. Like balancing your chakras. See, here's something cool. That once you have this information, you start to see things differently. This is not a quick fix right here. We're just going, oh, things are not as I've been taught. Maybe I've been programmed in all of this. Isn't that cool to know? You don't have to do anything about it right now. So balancing the chakras. Here's the concepts. In what I see in the Western world, the concepts of chakras, the Western type of belief systems give you the wrong colors for the chakras. They'll give you they'll say this chakra is this color when it's not. That's what they've done in the West. They've taken the actual chakra system and they've told you the colors are different. So in other words, you'll never win. And then they've told you balance your chakras now. So I'm just playing pretend. Like pretend like this one is yellow and it's supposed to be purple or something like that. And you think it's supposed to be yellow. So in your balancing your chakras, it's like, kumbaya, make this chakra yellow. Kumbaya, balance the yellow chakra. And so now these avatars are completely out of whack. Completely out of whack. Trying to balance a program. That's what chakras are, a prison system for your behavior. a prison system for your behavior. Because of the chakras, you behave a certain way. There's a certain end result that's desirable. So let's think about this. You are balancing your chakras. You're taught to balance your chakras. Well, here. Natural systems, if there is balance in a natural system, if that's a thing. See, if we don't know if balance is a thing in the chakras. But we're told to balance, right? So if there's anything that's a balance is the concept, like let's say a tree. A tree will balance itself. You don't balance the tree. If it's natural, the tree balances itself. That's a natural system. That's how you can tell the artificial systems from the natural systems. Are you doing a ritual every day to balance something? Oh, but have balance between work and play. We're pushing and pulling and balancing. Then we're finding we're in an unnatural system. We're in an artificial system. This isn't natural. Then this work and play thing. This isn't natural. We're trying to make something unnatural work. Never will. So once we get it balanced, what happens? It falls back down. Then we go back and we balance it again. Falls back down. Balances. So what are we doing when we do that? We're exhausting the resources for the video game. Well, good, Kelly. Then it will disappear. No, it doesn't. You're just still stuck in it, but you've got low energy in here. And you're needing motivation. So you knew we were going to come back around to the topic here. This is all about the topic. Hi, Darren. Where's my triangle display thing? Is this the one you were talking about? The Matrix? Is that it? Hey, Darren. Yeah, drama. Drama. Or if I'm being dramatic, drama. So, this is a rule of thumb to look at. If you're having to balance it or maintain it, it's an artificial system. Think about a grocery store. Let's compare a grocery store to a fruit tree and oranges. Okay, we're talking about oranges today. Do you think it's just natural for the oranges to fall out of the sky into your grocery store? Is that how that happens? Or are there a whole lot of steps that take place to get that orange to the grocery store? And then for you to get that orange from the grocery store, you have to go through all these steps. That could be a job that pays you money. You have to get in the car, go to the grocery store. Where's the natural in this? Does that orange just magically appear there? No. It doesn't. This is an artificial system we've created. And this artificial system is maintained through what? Employees, trucking systems, people who grow the trees, pick the oranges. There's a lot going on to keep the system going. And if one thing fails in the system, the whole system fails. These artificial systems, have you noticed that? One thing goes wrong and the whole thing crumbles. The whole thing crumbles. Now let's look at a tree, a natural system of the tree. It rains on the tree, so it gets water. The tree knows how to grow oranges without your help. Nature takes care of that orange tree. You don't have to do anything, and it just produces fruit. It's natural. It's best if you just leave it alone and let it take care of itself, that tree. Oh, Kelly, I don't think you know what you're talking about. I want more oranges. Oh, you want to modify nature. You want to push and pull on nature now to have it yield 3 times the amount of oranges. See how now? So next year, if we leave it alone, naturally it'll produce oranges, right? We push and pull, we'll get 3 times the yield of oranges with it. So it's still manipulating. It's going to do it on its own. So next year, if you don't do your extra method, you'll just get regular amount of oranges. If you don't push and pull on a system and maintain something artificial, like an over yield, which might end up, I don't know, I'm just making this up, might end up with the tree not living as long. Or if you stop doing it, it might produce less at the end. Who knows? But we're not allowing a natural system to just nature itself. My grammar's in the toilet today. Helps to the get in there. Okay, Darren, the writing skills combined with dyslexia. Wee! That's what happened. Sorry, Darren. Do you mind rewording that? That one went. If I start guessing what you meant, man, we're gonna talk for 3 hours about the wrong topic. If I start guessing what you meant by that, if you don't mind. Oh, yes, you sent me on Des. Sent me no. Hey, Dwayne, come on in. Come on in. Talking about motivation today, Dwayne. Hope you're doing well. Hope you feel well. Well, I don't put your business out there, but I hope you're doing all right. And just let me know. Or if you need anything, Dwayne, you just let me know. I mean, we're like, when you grow up in the same small town, you're basically family. So, you my family, Dwayne. You my family. How can I serve you today? And so in these, Darren, I want to answer your question, but I don't know quite understand what you've asked. So there we go. So a rule of thumb in this white light push-pull system that we find ourselves in. And so here we go. To continue the list, we stopped on balancing it. Hopefully, does that make sense? That if you have a ritual every day to push and pull to get a certain result, we're stuck in a white light system we'll never get out of and get trapped in the matrix. And I'm trying to act really nonchalant because there's an airplane flying right above me, and she usually freaks out. What kind of airplane is that? That sounds military. They fly right over my head. I'm at 8,000 feet, so they're right over my head. When I was in Breckenridge, for I was at 11,000 feet. So at Breckenridge, the airplanes flew at my eye level up there. So I got a good, watch my cord. I got a good look at airplanes. right in front of me. They were loud too when they fly. Right in front of your window. A lot of them would fly, at least 50 yards from my window. So here's an airplane in the sky flying by. Hands-on healing, hands-off healing, grid work, binaural beats. These are all push-pull white light systems. They get you trapped in the matrix. Binaural beats, quantum touch, horoscopes, demons, dream work, earth work, fairies, healing instruments, gateways. You guys, you've got the GATE program, Gifted and Talented. Gifted and Talented what? Gifted and Talented Education. What is education? It's programming. Trying to program the most gifted people in the world. Then we've got the GATE program that leads into what? The Gateway program. That sends a lot of them to like the Monroe Institute and other areas where you take the most talented people in the world and limit them. That's what we do. Okay. Mudras, Tai Chi. We're not demonizing these, you guys. Didn't these get you out of a ditch every now and then? But then when it becomes a daily practice, or I want daily motivation, or I need daily motivation, it's just a symptom we're not healed. Because motivated is the natural state of the avatar. Is this good information? I only give good information, you guys. Tai Chi. Qigong. Ley lines. Like the pushing and pulling. If you happen to live on where two ley lines cross together, like where I grew up, that's one thing. But I'm going to move to where the ley lines cross to give myself more energy. That's pushing and pulling. And what are the ley lines? It's the matrix. It's the grid system in the matrix. Or the ley lines. What creates this reality is that stop licking my shoe. I mean, it looks better, but don't. Gross. Ew. At least she's quiet. It's my ugly plastic shoes anyway. I can just rinse them off. It will be fine. Okay. Let's see. Ley lines, hypnosis, kinesiology, tapping, shamans, sigils, totems. I know people are freaking out at this point. Magnets, implants, acupuncture, chiropractic care, activations. I'm not telling you not to do this stuff, you guys. I'm just showing you where you're getting trapped in the matrix by doing this daily. Sacred geometry, numerology, I'm going to use fake words, rugs and halcolol. I don't think I can say that on TikTok. I'm not sure. Let's see, med beds. You're about to see med beds like you've never seen before. They've been ramping up for this for a while, and that's why I created my healing fabric. But the healing fabric, unlike med beds, are pushing and pulling in the white light system. You push and pull. You guys are way too close. Back up, back up, back up. Let's see. So my healing technology in my fabric, that's on hold. The short version, tariffs and the factory closed until that debacle's over with. Drama, right? Drama. Let's see. So the med beds is a pushing and pulling. You might feel better. You know, yay, I went in the med bed and my tumor's gone. Whatever. Whatever the case may be. Well, what's going to happen because you didn't heal emotionally, and your emotions are what drive this reality, your emotions and feelings. You're still feeling like crap, you're mad at your neighbor, or whatever the case may be, but the tumor's gone, but I'm still mad at my neighbor. And let's pretend that's what causes it. Everybody's different. But because I'm mad at my neighbor, the tumor comes back. So the med bed is a more positive way of taking a pill, a temporary pill. And just a temporary relief from all of this. I hope this is helpful. So you don't have to have a solution today, but if you want to start today, go check out my workshops. thegodbubble.com. It's in my bio. They're $35 a piece. These are $450 workshops for $35. You take 2 or 3 of those things, you don't ever ask any more questions about the God Bubble perspective, because I help you to remote view. That's all you do in the workshops is remote view. So if you're like, oh, I don't care about any of your workshops, Kelly, but what? You remote view in all of them? We're remote viewing the whole time? I want to know how to remote view. Well, go pick your favorite then. Do you want the money manifestation workshop? You guys, that'll blow you away. The money manifestation workshops you've had out there, why are you still seeking another? Did it work? It worked kind of in a small way or temporarily? The money manifestation, oh, I got the money. I have the money, now it's gone. Well, why is that? Because you were not in your natural state of prosperity and abundance and wealth and success when you obtained that money. Oh, push money into my pocket. You know, oh, such a cute guy that's out there doing his own whisper rap songs and all. He's cute. He's adorable, but he's pushing a push-pull white light system. I attract money. We have to identify with the illusion and think you are the character in the video game to be able to do that. And what happens when you do that? When you think you're the character in the video game, you're stuck in the matrix. Now, what truly is money? Because we're looking at money, not resources. Which money's part of resources, right? So you see where we're going in the money manifestation class. Is letting go of money. Why? Because you attracting money, you pushing and pulling, getting in the flow of money. All of that is keeping you from it and will forever keep you from money permanently. Here's why. Money's a block. Money is simply a block. So here's how that song sounds to me. I attract blocks. I am blocked. I'm vibrating and blocked so that I attract a block, because money's a block. See where we've just screwed this up from the beginning? I'm going to get in the flow of a block. I'm going to allow blocks to flow through me, because money's a block. So you take all of these cool chants, even if it was with a cute guy with bouncy hair. Isn't he cute, though? He's adorable. Hey, stop. Stay away from my cord. He's adorable. And he's pushing the system he knows, which is the push-pull white light system. That will only give you temporary results, like daily motivation will give you temporary results if you're not healed. If you're healed, you're in a state of being motivated. This is natural state of the avatar. So back to money, the block. Here's what I hear. Blocks flow easily into my bank account. Money flows easily into my bank account. My translation, blocks flow easily into my bank account. Is this explaining why it's not working? You feel better? It's like, I thought it was just me. No, you're chanting blocks, not realizing it. Isn't that cool to know? Isn't that cool to know? And I want money, lots and lots of money. Okay, remember we have need, want, have, I am in a state of being, right? I want money, lots and lots of money. Here's how that's interpreted energy-wise. We're in want. It's always going to want. Okay. I want blocks. Lots and lots of blocks. Isn't this a cool song? Oh, I want blocks. Lots and lots of blocks. Please flow into my bank account. I want all the blocks. Do, 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 do. Give me all the blocks. I hope blocks rain down on me. And that's why the law of attraction doesn't work for you. Is that helpful? Take my money manifestation class. It will blow your mind and it will change your life because we let go of all the blocks. Because it's not about money, is it? I don't think that's my hair. I'm grossed out. Just 80% grossed out, though. Not all the way. Oh. Did we get to the list? No, we didn't. Almost there. Med bed. Symbology. Telomeres. My telomeres have been shortened. Those darn aliens, or whoever we're blaming it on today, in the illusion. What video game character are you blaming the telomeres on? So you're just limiting yourself, and you're calling it aliens, cutting your telomeres. I'm going to do a medication and grow out my telomeres like a bad haircut. Or pushing and pulling. So I put the telomeres on there. You're immortal. You just blocked yourself from immortality. You blocked yourself from immortality, and now you're trying to grow out the telomeres. It's like until you have like enough hair to make a shag on your telomeres, right? You see how that's pushing and pulling? So it's like, okay, I've blocked myself from immortality. Now I'm gonna lengthen my telomeres, and then guess what? They shorten again right after you stop. You're fighting your unhealed state. That's what you're doing. She wants me to play with her FOX. Telomeres, enneagrams, voodoo. Voodoo ends up destroying those who use it. The Reconnection, go read that book, The Reconnection. That's also push-pull white light. Saging, incantations, chanting. That's kind of what we're doing, daily motivation. But it's kind of like chanting, I'm worthy enough, I'm good enough. Reflexology, frequency healing, affirmations, essential oils. It doesn't mean don't put lavender in your bath. I love it. See, we're not demonizing essential oils. But if I don't take a bath today with my lavender, I'm just not going to be okay, right? That's an unhealthy relationship with my lavender. Me love me my lavender and my Epsom salt baths. I'm not sitting here from some pedestal saying I do everything perfectly. I see this. I figure it out, and then this avatar heals in the process. I'm one of the world's top remote viewers. I see everything, probably before I'm ready to. Interpreting it is hard. There's a lot of stuff I haven't... It's like, what is that? So I'll go into beliefs. Then when I remote view something, I'll go into belief system. Like, how do I tell people about this? What is this? What is it similar to? And then that's why you hear me saying these words in belief. So I'll say a certain word about higher self. And someone goes, oh, she's New Age. They want to label me. See, labels are a firm foundation in the matrix with the label. Once you label something, you limit it. You limit it. Channeling, like channeling characters in the video game. Channeling is kind of a form of talking to yourself, I guess. Past life regression, tapping, massage, soul release therapy, Primus healing activation technique, spiritual release tapping, Subliminal messages, masculine, feminine separation systems, crystalline sun activations like Reiki. Well, Reiki's a push-pull system anyway. Then you activate, you push and pull. Push and pull. If they weren't just naturally into Reiki, you're not healed to the point of being ready. But then you push that Reiki on you. And what Reiki does, when I look at Reiki and as far as healing goes, I've had people who have been using Reiki for healing professionally for 30 years, 40 years, 45 years. And then they come across my videos where I'm doing the God bubble energy, type healing stuff. And they'll write to me and go, Kelly, I've never felt that before. That's amazing. That helped me to let go and allow for healing in so many words. They're like, that's different. Teach me. And so they'll do sessions or take my classes and all that. And then their healing work changes. Instead of harming people with Reiki, you'll get a small benefit from Reiki. You'll get, let's say, a 10% benefit, then a 90% harms you. So you're continually harming yourself and you're stuck in the matrix. So the people that have been doing, the ones that have been doing Reiki, 5 years, 10 years, are still in that fun stage, right? Pushing and pulling. But the ones that have done it 30 to 45 years that come to me for help, and they stop getting your plats. Don't be a whiner. Nobody likes whiners. Just saying. Except for when I whine, and then all the rules are different. But you can't whine. So yeah, I've helped to heal the healers, because since they've been working with Reiki so long, they're implanted. Like all this crap from the fourth dimension goes right into your body, all that programming from the fourth dimension when you have Reiki. So you're tapped into a matrix artificial system with Reiki. It's like plumbing in your household, I guess. Reiki is a grid in the matrix when I see it. And I look at the practice of Reiki, which makes no sense. You're like, well, how do you get into the Reiki place? Well, someone has to activate and attune you, or whatever the Reiki magic words are. Push and pull words, right? So I'm like, then I asked the question, okay, the first person that did Reiki, who attuned them? Crickets! 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 Oh, now I got my dog excited. Don't throw that at me. Oh my God. You got me. They're like, oh, you can't do Reiki unless if you pay $1,200 and somebody else activates and attunes you. It takes a long time, lots of money, and I want to feel good about myself with Reiki because I'm awesome and I'm special in the spiritual world. In the hierarchy, I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal in the spiritual world. So I'm going to activate and attune you. That's bullshit. I mastered Reiki in 6 hours. I not only would nobody fucking attune me, when I figured out what it was, I got in there. So I was a grid system. I mastered it in 6 hours and got bored with it because of all its limitations. And I said, well, that's great. So I did all that in 6 hours. But I was told I couldn't do any of it unless I was activated and attuned by another person. So that's why I asked the first person that did this, who attuned and activated them. Do you need to go potty? You need to go potty? I've got questions to answer in here. There's the questions in the comment section. They were waiting for me to finish with the wildlife pushable system for me to answer their questions. Do you mind if I take a 5-minute break, you guys? And then Darren. Oh, to my favorite ski mountains. Oh my gosh, you're in Summit County. That's Breckenridge, right? I'm not there yet. I'm not going to tell what my location is. I'm like, right, I'm out in the middle of the woods, but right outside of a small town. That's a small town where that's the truth, but it's not a he. Yeah, she is spoiled rotten. Completely spoiled rotten. But how else do you treat your dogs besides completely spoiling them rotten? Is there another way? I'm sorry. They wanted me to just abuse you and be just so mean to you. That was hilarious. Do you spoil yours rotten? That's how you know she's spoiled. I'm sorry, that was my evil laugh. I spoiled you, Run. How about we go potty? Well, you come back in and I give you a carrot. Oh, ears popped up. That's what. That's okay. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just mute myself for about 5 minutes. Go take care of puppy and her outside puppy activities, and give her a carrot. Probably refill my coffee, and I will be right back. You're still gonna see all this about back here. I'm just gonna be muted. So, oh, before I go, you guys, you know my 1 hour sessions? I changed the price. I can't remember. It's under $500 now. I changed the price to like $440 or thereabouts. Something I can't remember. Go look on my website, thegodbubble.com. Up at the top, I was trying to think, how can I give a sneaky discount to you guys just on TikTok? How can I give a sneaky discount to you? So what I've set up there, I've set a goal for a gifting of castles. Does that make sense? A goal of the gifting of a castle. And if you gift me the castle, and if you do it before I get back, I'll see when I get back. If you gift me a castle, I'll give you a complimentary energy reading. That's not here. That's in private, you guys. In private. I'll gift you that. Which, in other words, is just giving you a discount. I'll give you a steep discount for the castle gift. But if you see how much the castle gift costs up there, and you want to do that same amount, but just donate on my website, thegodbubble.com, I've got a donation button there too. You can do the same. Just figure out how much it costs for the castle and just donate that to me. And we will call that your discount on a 1 hour session with me. And I'll do an energy reading with you. Which doesn't have to be energy reading. Which I've got energy reading and healing sessions like separate. It's kind of the same thing. I had someone that was in the business a long time saying people, they don't understand a all-in-one session. They want it separated out. So it's like, it's the same session. I just call it two different things. People go, oh, I want the healing. Oh, I want the energy reading. But I do both in your session. So I look at your, no matter what, I look at your energy, so it's an energy reading. And then healing takes place, so it's also healing. So if you're like, do I do the healing or the energy reading? It's the same. It's the same thing. You can't go wrong no matter which one you pick. So does that make sense? So because like people weren't doing the sessions, you know. But all of a sudden I've got a healing session and a energy reading session. And all of a sudden people are taking them. So it was just a psychological thing. So don't be confused. It's okay. so yeah, again, if you gift me a castle above, which is a lot less than an hour, this again is my sneaky way of giving TikTok people a discount. Again, you guys know about it. No one else does. See how much the castle and dollar amount costs. Just go donate that to my page. Make sure you put your email address on there, you guys, so I can contact you. We can schedule, and I would love to do 1 hour session with you. Yeah, I'm excited about that too. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Go and take care of puppy. Oops, I hit the wrong button. That was scary. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. Okay, there we go. It's like we've got the door open. She didn't have to go to the bathroom. She just went outside. So, she's outside. We'll see how well that works. I think most people have walked their dogs this morning. She goes crazy when dogs go by. Oh my gosh. She either wants to unalive them or play with them. There's never an in-between. So let's get you closer. Did you hear me talking in here? Oh, good grief. I can't reach my screen. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Going back to the Darren. I'm so sorry. Took so long to get to your stuff. There. Oh, there we go. Triangle display. There it is. Oh, okay. Okay, that was the triangle you were talking about. Let's see. Hey, Darren. I was talking about the fruit. How else do they get into the store without them dropping from the sea? What does sea mean? Talking about how the fruit, how else do they get into the store? Oh my gosh. I mean, that was a much better sentence, but I'm just... Darren, what's going on in my dyslexic brain? Let's see. Oh, hey, Mary. Well, I started binaural tapes just this week. So Mary, I don't want to demonize binaural beats. Yeah, at all. But when you think of the concept of binaural beats, like, hey, I'm not doing so well. Let me try binaural beats to get me out of the ditch. I find myself in the ditch. How do I get out of this ditch? You know, oh, binaural beats, do-do-do-do-do-do, binaural beats, do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so we're finished with that. It's like, oh, that feels better, right? It's like, oh, what a relief. Now, looking at binaural beats like a pill that doesn't fix anything, but it just relieves symptoms. If again, it's not, do we demonize, are binaural beats good or bad? Let's look at it from a different perspective of what is my relationship with binaural beats. I'm in the ditch. It's going to help me get out of the ditch. Do I want long-term maintenance pills? Binaural beats every day for the rest of my life? I stay in an unhealed state. The binaural beats are a pill so I don't feel that unhealed state. And then I now become trapped in the ritual of binaural beats. Of taking, I'm just making up time. I don't know how much time you do it. Let's say there's an hour of binaural beats. Here's a whole hour. You can't get back. And then let's say, okay, I do binaural beats and then singing bowls and then whatever, and then another technique, and all of a sudden there's 2 hours and 3 hours of rituals. That if I don't do these 3 hours of rituals every day, I'm not going to feel good. We're just taking pills, and we're just taking like more pills when we do it. Think about how much time in the day that takes. And it's not freedom. There's no feeling of freedom there when we do that. Does that make sense, Mary? If that's your name, Mary? Does that make sense? We don't want to demonize binaural beats. It could have a place. Let's say, okay, I'm doing the God bubble method, but today's one of those days. It was just too much. I am in the ditch. There is no God bubble. I forgot the methods. It's like one of those days, right? I'm going to play the binaural beats. Oh my goodness, it's been a month since I've done them. Okay, binaural beats, do. Okay, wrong song, but you get do, binaural beats, do. I didn't even have kids that age when that came out, and I know that song. Anyway, so you do your binaural beats. You come out of the ditch. You're on the road. Oh, I'm on the road. Oh, I remember the God bubble method now. like when we fell in the ditch, it helped us to get, that might not work. It helped us to get out of the ditch when we were in the ditch. And then we started the letting go and allowing process. But the binaural beats or singing bowls, like one note. And guess what? Here's something. As the temperature changes, just like musical instruments, as the temperature gets lower and higher, the note is different. So if we're looking for a specific frequency or a certain note, it's not that all the time. It's not even consistent. But let's pretend like it is. Your singing bowl is one note, one frequency, and it's a perfect world, and it's always one note. It's the note you want, not a cold or hot version of that note where it goes up or down slightly out of tune. So did you ever think about that? Oh, I'm going to fill my, I don't know if you can even do this. I'm going to fill my singing bowl up with water. Well, that changes it too. To what? Who knows? How much water did you put in there? Is it salt water? Is it, you know, what? Oh, did you put orange juice in there? I don't know what note you got. But it's only one note. And that's it. And there's the full orchestra. Even if you have the full, because I don't think you know how many singing bowls I have. So you have the full orchestra of the singing bowls. But you're only playing that frequency in the third dimension. And that singing bowl and that note that you picked, is that the natural state of the avatar? Or is that just the pill that's necessary for you to be able to make it through the day in your unhealed state when there's no active healing going on? So these push-pull highlight systems are, again, the way I describe them best is as a temporary pill or a temporary relief of symptoms. So that's why you would do binaural beats every day, is because you never truly heal. You're only recovering from symptoms of an unhealed state every time. Now, while you're doing binaural beats, could healing take place in the body? Yeah. Because during that period of time, you're not reinforcing all the programs and everything like that. But once you stop the binaural beats, whatever healing took place will go back, and you'll be right back into your original or unhealed state or worse, because we put off the healing process. So there's more crap. Does that make sense? So it's like, again, it's my opinion. I don't think you wasted your money. Because now maybe you have your backup method when you fall in the ditch. Hey, Callie. Stop. I don't know who you're barking at. I can't see. Oh, it's barking at the airplane. Never mind. Excuse me. I love Summit County. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me go down. What? Was that my dog? So we're saying about my dog's whining. Sounds like a whoopee cushion. She will get this whine when I'm like, stop whining. Then she'll do the, and it's so, it's almost like a whisper whine, but the note is so high up there. It's like a dog whistle that she'll get when she's trying to suppress her whine because I've had enough of it. It's like a dog whistle. It is so high-pitched. High-pitched whisper whistle. Oh, good grief. Excuse me. So, how can I help you guys? How can I help you guys with motivation? If you stayed from beginning to end, I think this is where some people are not going to get a good benefit out of me being on here because they're going to get parts and pieces of a whole. Because in push-pull, you have step 1, 2, 3, push-pull, and you're over with, right? But in the letting go process, it takes a while. That's why I've got my workshops. You guys, what workshop do you want me to do next? I'll make it $35 so you can do it. If you are a subscriber of mine, I record these on TikTok. So my workshops, I record them on TikTok. So the ones who are subscribers get to see and go through the workshop because they're in the subscription. Now, they don't get a copy of it. If they want a copy, they can get the workshop at $35 on my website. It's in my bio. So they can do that if they want to repeat it. But the ones that are subscribers have the privilege that if they are there live, they get to take the workshop live as I'm recording it. So that's kind of cool knowing that you're live. And because I'm recording a workshop, it's not like on here where we're looking at all the questions and everything. So we're really focused in there. But yeah, it's nice to be recording them live with some feedback going on during the process. Like if we do an activity or something, a letting go and allowing activity. So pushing and pulling you can accomplish in 30 seconds. It's temporary. It only lasts so long, or in a relatively short period of time. Letting go, allowing, and healing is you creating a space for that. And you don't push and pull to create a space. You let go and allow a space. And then these bodies are functioning normally. These bodies are functioning normally. So, motivation. You see how I didn't give you motivation today? Isn't that cool? You came here probably for daily motivation. That's what I put in the title. You probably came here for daily motivation. Like every morning I want to get up and do motivating material and consume it. Why? Well, because I'm not healed and I don't feel motivated today. So instead of me giving you motivation, which is a fish, I taught you how to fish, which is letting you know that these avatars at their natural state, coming out of the factory, if you will, because this is just a piece of technology. That's all it is. I mean, in a simulation. The natural state of these avatars is a state of being motivated. It's avatars. The natural state is a state of being motivated. So, consuming motivation from what seems like outside of yourself on a daily basis is merely a symptom that we're not healed in our natural state as an avatar, effortlessly being in a state of motivated all the time. Instead of pushing and pulling to get temporary motivation only in the third dimension. These avatars, the state of being motivated, it's in every area of your life. Like today you might, I'd like motivation to get my house cleaned or do the laundry or dishes. Well, why are we blocking ourselves from doing the dishes? What is that block? Now, here's one thing that we do in the workshops and all. Go stand in front of what it is that you're trying to motivate yourself to do. And I'll take the dishes for examples. I'll pretend like I'm standing in front of the dishes. I'll just give you, I'll kind of make up a silly example. Maybe it'll make sense to you. I need motivation to wash the dishes. I don't know if it's much motivation or is it distraction from your unhealed state to do the dishes. Because once you distract yourself, it's easy to do. Why? Let's stand in front of for you, it might not be dishes. I'll stand in front of the dishes. Dirty dishes, by the way, in the sink. Okay, trying to motivate myself to do these dishes. You can do it, Kelly. Do the dishes, yeah. You can do it, Kelly. Motivate yourself. You do. And so now I'm distracting myself with some form of Tony Robbins on some high or whatever, right? And this motivation. I'm going to get in there and I'm just going to conquer those dishes. I'm going to do all that. I might have to bring Puppy in. Let me see what she's upset about. Alrighty. Yes. Got her back inside. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that works. But that wasn't working. Get in your plats. Okay. Oh, I mean, she was outside. She had her chance. That wasn't even a dog. It was a neighbor she was barking at. So, No. No. Hey, what if I give her a carrot? Let me give her a carrot before I plug it in. Hey, would you like a carrot? Let's give you a carrot. I know you'll be so happy. And like, let me find one that you're gonna love. I know you're real picky about your carrots. Little spoiled thing. Oh, this is a good one. Let me cut the top off. There's a little bit too much on the top. There. Okay. Ah, perfect. Here you go. Here's your carrot. Oh, what a good girl. Hopefully we'll be hearing crunching and that's it. Crunching carrots. Excuse me. She'll only eat them to like a certain, whatever makes her happy. If it's any bigger around than that, she won't. So the large part of the carrot, I just kind of slice it in half before I hand it to her. I give her the carrots, why am I not able to plug this in? I give her the carrots whole because it brushes her teeth. Like, naturally brushes her teeth. I know, isn't that cool? It's like after you eat, when you eat, you're going to be brushing your teeth. What were we talking about? Oh, that's a nice crunch. I like that sound. I like that. Hey, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. And today, coming for motivation, again, if you just showed up, since this is not a push-pull white light system, if you weren't here the whole time, you're not going to get it. And that's why I have my workshops. Is because you're dedicating an hour and a half to something. And when you do that, when you try to analyze, what is the God bubble perspective? Let's think about that. Let's chat about that a while. In the workshop, let's look from the God bubble perspective. What does it look like? See how much time you waste trying to figure out what it is before you've done it? It's like people talking about where you go when you die and they haven't died yet. I think it's funny. It's so funny. My entire family was like Baptist. And after the near-death experience, the first one, excuse me, and I'm explaining that everything in the Bible is not really true at all once you get out of these bodies. All of that was just really deceptive to get you to go into the light, which is a trap or reincarnation or whatever you want to call it. I mean, the biggest thing is you guys are immortal. You guys are immortal. And you've been given a story and an idea that you're not. And it is repetitive. It is a program that is reinforced daily in your life. A concept that's the opposite of immortality. Does that make sense? That makes sense. So in this time that you signed up for to play, I don't know, I'm making up a name. What do you call your video game? Earth 101 video game. I signed up for Earth 101 video game with an avatar for 20,000 years. I'll make it touchable because some of you came for 100,000 years. That it might be hard to imagine that. So let's start with 20. So let's introduce this with 20. So, excuse me. In this 20 years that you're playing Earth 101 video game, you're going to play it in one avatar. And your avatar is designed to be able to live for at least 100,000 years. Here in the third dimension, with all its limitations, scientists argue about how long, but they say it's between 3,500 years and 7,000 years. that these bodies are equipped to live that long. And that's just the third dimension. When you take a step back, it's more like 20,000 to 100,000 years is what these bodies are capable of doing when you let go of everything you've been taught about blocking your avatar from healing itself. Because these avatars are naturally healed themselves pretty much instantly. That's the way they're designed. Just like your character in a video game, it's like, no, but you've got another life, and here comes a full-blown character. That's fine. That's how you designed it. Excuse me, for these bodies to heal themselves quickly. So what did we do? We came here, and we're fed since birth that, okay, if you cut your finger, it takes this many days for it to heal. When you cut your finger, you're told that from a kid. Let's put this Band-Aid on it. It'll be fine, honey. About 5 days, it'll be okay. Or whatever the situation is. We have charts and graphs, and Google even tells us how long it takes for a bone to heal. Let me throw out 6 weeks, just as I'm not 100% sure. I've never broken a bone. But up to 6 weeks, maybe? I don't know. So, we've got a broken bone, and you've been told, okay, put this cast on. It's going to take 6 weeks to heal. Come back in 6 weeks. We'll take the cast off. Okay? So, what happens is, that's an idea. Your body heals itself really fast. So, I've known someone to let go of the concept. See, what we do is like we try to push people, hurry up and heal, doing my ritual, hurry up and heal bones, hurry up and heal, push and pull bones, faster, faster, faster. So what are we doing? The natural state of the avatar is instant healing. So we put an idea of a limitation in place to it's going to heal in 6 weeks. And on top of this program, if it's going to take 6 weeks, we put another program and pushing and pulling on that to go faster. We're pushing and pulling on a program you put in place for it to heal slower. Does that make sense? So now let's push and make it go fast. Go faster ritual. Heal faster ritual. Okay. So when somebody that I worked with let go of that, a bone broken all the way through, healed itself in 3 days because they let go of the limitation of putting limit of 6 weeks on it. They let go of all their expectation. They allowed the body to heal itself. And it took 3 days and the bone was completely healed in 3 days. No pain. Not even any of those after bone healing pains. None of that. Healed in 3 days. That's the stuff that's possible. Not by pushing and pulling with, oh, this I healed faster with this push-pull. Let me try this push-pull to heal even faster. Okay, so you create a limitation and then you push on that limitation. How's that helping you? There's no healing in that. You're not in your natural state. You're still unhealed and pushing. Unhealed and pushing and pulling. This is where we are in that process. Is that wonderful to know? But these tumors people have when they come to me with their cancers and all are gone usually within 5 to 6 weeks. This stuff where the doctor said, you're not going to be here very long. Yeah. See, this is what I've heard. Just telling my experience, not giving out medical advice. This is what it looks like to me. All right. Your tumor, let's call it tumor. Your tumor is progressing to the point that you've got 6 weeks to live, let's say. So at this point, just eat whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Eat whatever you want. You know what eat whatever you want does to a patient that has an end date? It starts feeding the parasites that cause the tumor in the first place. All a tumor is just a sack of parasites. Did you know that? Or parasite eggs. That's all tumors are. They grow because the population of the parasites grow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's for entertainment purposes only. I'm probably making all of this up. Probably making all of this up. So when you've got someone outside of yourself giving you advice, be careful. Be real careful. But at the same time, go consult your doctor before you drink water. Make sure you consult your doctor. for you to do anything. It's starting to make sense why you can't find permanent healing. Only temporary relief of symptoms through all these push-pull white light symptoms. The God bubble's permanent healing. It's permanent healing because all the push-pull white light systems were created by God. You. So all we're doing is hyper-focusing on limitations inside of the creation that you made. Instead of going, wait, from the God bubble perspective, I create a potential field. The potential of a broken bone in this. In the potential of an avatar. And with the application of feelings and emotions, or frequency, vibration, whatever your favorite words are, toroidal fields are created. And that's just pure consciousness that comes out of that. We are still not into any details yet. We haven't created a reality yet, just what creates we've created what creates the reality from a potential field. Feelings and emotions are applied again. And it could be the emotions that you set in place as God. The 40 basic ones in all my workshops. The 40 basic emotions, the natural state of the avatar. You as God set that as your standard for this avatar. Isn't that cool? But then the avatar is independent and can say, nah, I'm going to sit in sadness and grief. I'm going to sit in that one. Get myself out of my natural state and go into sadness and grief. Which, if you guys would like for me to do a grief workshop, we can do it. It's not going to be what you're thinking. A grief workshop is going to be quite different. Tell me about that loved one. We go into grief workshop with, why did you think that loved one was even a real person? Nothing in your reality is even real. You're the only thing that's real in your reality. But for a while, you thought that relative was real. If you can't handle that, don't take my grief class. But when you start grieving in a way where this deep grieving for a person just shows our unhealed state. Where were our expectations in this relationship? Well, I expected them to be there forever, but they're not. They didn't. So we're disappointed. So that's what we're dealing with a lot of the time in grief, is our unhealed state. That's good to know. That's good to know. So when there's proper grieving done, proper grieving, it's an honor. It would be an honor to them. Because in grieving, there's not really a whole lot of crying. What you're crying over is your unhealed state. And you're finding yourself in your unhealed state after they're gone. You were distracted by that unhealed state while they were there. But now you're fully in your unhealed state. So what you're grieving more than anything is not a loss of love or whatever. It's that distraction from your unhealed state. And now that you're unhealed, this hurts. It feels like you miss them. You miss what? You created this relative or loved one or friend or whatever. You created this friend. And in this, if you're present, understanding that right now is the only thing that exists. If we're not fully and completely present with that person today, we get into fear that we're going to lose them. We don't enjoy our time with them today, and it's crap. We don't have fully the relationship we could have, a fully healed relationship, because we fear them leaving or losing them. So that relationship is based on fear. That's not natural. You also don't get love from other people. They just distract you from you blocking yourself from your own love or that consciousness. Like if you're playing a game on your laptop and someone else in, let's randomly pick Idaho. I don't know. You're playing an online video game. It's you and someone from Idaho and some other non-player characters in there. Now, your friend over in Idaho, something was wrong with his screen. It's like all pixelated and weird colors and it's got a weird hue on it. You can't fix that from your laptop. He's got to go fix his own screen. and take care of his own screen. You can't do that for him. If you're sitting there talking in a Zoom meeting, let's say, and someone in the Zoom meeting, achoo, all over their laptop and their screen. Did you give anybody that's over in Minnesota? Did you sneeze on the person in Minnesota where they could get the achoo? And then they started chewing? No. In this, every avatar is independent. And all of creation is a potential in every avatar. Including the potential of, let's say, germs, which germs is a theory. See how that's the programming? You get into a system of programming education. And you're taught germs as a theory. But then it's put out as fact. That's how you can put theory out as fact, is to program everybody. Not give them time to go, what is a theorem? It kind of sounds like theory, but they're talking like fact, so I'm not going to ask any questions. I don't want to be that person in the room asking questions. So we never get love from anybody. But in all of these situations, in these relationships, we learn more about ourselves and where we're blocking ourselves from our own pure consciousness. So when someone dies, we don't miss their love. We miss their distraction from our unhealed state. Why are we in that relationship? Codependent. We're not going to do well. And when you truly let go of all these expectations, you see, wait a minute, that person that just died is just another aspect of myself. Because a lot of the times when they do, you find yourself taking on all their characteristics and their character traits because it was part of you. It's integrating, it's healing. That's a grieving process, is healing from your unhealed state and resolving all of these things. It's with you, not them. It was never about them. It was always about you. And that would be my grieving workshop. So if you're like, oh, I was going to go in there and talk about my loved one and whine about it for a while, we're getting stuck in it. There's no healing in that. There's release of stuff, but no true healing. True healing is understanding the anatomy of this reality and that your relative was never even real. Just like, oh, I was on Vine. Vine went away and I miss Vine. Okay. Took care of puppy. Does this make sense at all? Does it feel like those of you that actually stay, those of you that are just coming in and out, or you just got here? This is not a push-pull white light system, so you're going to get no benefit from it. If you're looking for daily motivation, look elsewhere. If you're looking for true healing, where you find yourself in a state of being motivated, in the natural state of the avatar, I'm for you. And so are my workshops. LeGodBubble.com, check it out. Hey, Ken. Oh, my fire. Oh my God, I couldn't hit my fire, Ken. Thank you. Thank you. I love that dragon head. All over the place with the dragon head. All right, you guys. All right. Those of you that were looking at maybe doing a one-on-one session with me, those are pretty expensive. I've worked in a sneaky TikTok discount for you guys if you want it. I've got a goal up at the top. The goal is like a castle, I think. Like a specific dollar amount. If you gift me the castle, you guys, hey Sage, thanks for being a subscriber. Hey Ken, thanks for being a subscriber. So if you gift me the castle, then you'll get a complimentary either like a 1 hour healing session or energy reading with me for gifting me the castle. So again, I tell you that like each time just to let you know that if you were thinking about like a 1 hour session and it's like that's a lot of money, gift me the castle and we'll do it. And we'll do it. Please send me your email address so we can talk. we can schedule and everything. But that is my way of putting in a really sneaky discount on TikTok for TikTok people. So just keep that in mind. If you're ever looking at a session, that's the kind of backdoor way of giving you a discount. I can give you a discount code and everything, but I wanted it to be like my TikTok people. Because like when this airs on YouTube, they can't gift me a castle on YouTube, so they don't get the discount. See what I mean? It's for you guys. I put that discount out for you guys. So anyway, how can I support you, assist you at this point before it's time to what time? It can't be 84 degrees outside. I think the sun is shining directly on my thermometer outside. I can see I've got this inside 84, outside 65 inside. It does feel like 65. I turn the heater off. Oh my gosh, sunny all day. Oh, until 11. Are you serious? I've got 2 hours of sun. So I might say goodbye unless there's unless you guys want me to support you in something else. I've got 2 hours of sun. That's all I've got today. So I'll go out there. It's 51 degrees. That's acceptable for putting on a swimsuit. So we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay. So let's say oh, thanks, Ken. Hey, Sajay. Sorry. Sage is like, I don't. No. Oh, why did we sleep? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Yesterday, because I was exhausted. Again. In this creation, you can't stay with your awareness in this avatar all the time. It is so limiting. It's not really sustainable. So for a period of time every day, the awareness leaves the avatar to go create another reality. It's just a creation of another reality. We call them dreams and stuff. We create another reality bubble with, let's say, a very loose set of limitations in the dreams, right? Like you're telling someone about the dream. Hey, you were in my dream the other night, but it wasn't really you. You were like a dog, but it was you. So in other words, and then we were flying together. So the limitations and restrictions in dreams are far less than this three-dimensional reality that we're creating. So as for I don't know if I've answered the why, but kind of technically this avatar can't survive without the awareness leaving the body and working a whole lot of stuff out. She's such a whiner. Oh, hey, yeah. Sage. Oh my gosh. So, but yeah, yesterday I slept because I was exhausted. I don't think that was your question, though, Ken. Oh, your question. You didn't ask why we dream, but these avatars, since there's so many limitations based on them, you can only sustain that for so long, and then take a break from it, and then go back and do it again. This is a simulation. The simulation, it's I guess rotational or cyclical, in cycles. That didn't even answer your question. I don't think I answered your question well at all. Can you ask that again tomorrow? Hey, let me remote view it tomorrow. So-and-so has been so squeaky and whiny. I'm kind of distracted right now for remote viewing. Sorry about that. I don't want to hurt myself today. Like if she's in the middle of like sleeping or something and she's like real quiet, well, she's just gone to sleep, but I'm like frazzled because of all the whining crap. I don't know. What do you call that? Like autistic meltdowns? Is that what it's called? Autistic meltdown. I had one of those yesterday. I know, right? Hey, Amanda, thanks for sharing. Thank you. Yeah, I had a meltdown yesterday. Holy crap. It took me by surprise too. It really, the meltdown took me by surprise, and I didn't maintain my composure very well. So someone had given me some papers and all that, and I was organizing it. So I was putting on there like number 1 and circling it. And then this one was like number 2, just to myself. Notes to myself, like, Okay, there's a lot of information. What's first, what's second? This is what I was doing. So a second, and then a bit like a 3, circle it. There were post-it notes and papers and all, all kinds of stuff yesterday. So, so in that, trying to get it organized and everything, the person that was helping me, where's my pen? Like, we'll pretend like this is like the piece of paper or whatever. Like, I'm like, okay, 1, 2, 3, and granted, this is in ink. So, like he's over here, and then he's like, and he marked out one of my numbers, like marked it out. And I can't tell you what happened inside of me, but it hurt really bad. It was kind of like I got hit with something, and I don't know how to even describe it. Like, suddenly nothing was okay. When he reached over there and scribbled my number out and wrote another number and circled it. See, that's another person's system. He didn't tell me, change this to this number, and I could do it my way, in my system. Again, with the dyslexia, if you will. If someone else creates it, you don't get it. But if you create it yourself or you discover it yourself, it makes sense. So what he did, I was fully, completely understanding everything till he did that. But there was something about him marking that out that just stabbed my soul. Is this like an autistic thing? What do you guys call that? That never happened to me before. But well, let's think about that. It wasn't writing on a piece of paper, but I was in an environment where there other people were in it. They didn't respect my space or me or anything like that. They just did whatever they wanted, and I had an awful feeling. So I'm not saying that he was trying to be helpful and everything, but it just, there was a trigger that I lost my mind. I ended up crying. I couldn't figure out why I'm crying. Holy crap. That was just crazy. And then I'm like, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry about this. I thank you, Ken and Amanda, for liking the live. Thank you. That happened yesterday. That was a now thing. Like, crap. Over just a really tiny place on the paper, marking something out. That I was just thinking, I don't have any whiteout to get rid of that mark out, because I would have never done that. And that's why, and it might be dyslexia, I don't know. But the ones that I've worked with do better on the computer than actually handwriting it, because marking out, what is that? Okay, what do I ask Google? I'm trying to understand, because I don't want that to happen again. When something is marked out, and it just doesn't disorganize the mind. Let's see. For someone who is dyslexic, why is it triggering to mark something out? Did I ask the question properly? 4 things all educators should understand about dyslexic. Okay. Let's see. What are the trigger words for dyslexia? No, not that. Dyslexic people struggle with. No. When it comes to reading, right? I think it's because symbols are so foreign to, like, dealing in other dimensions all the time. Symbols are so foreign. And it's all about the pictures. If there's something marked out, what is that feeling I'm feeling? You guys, I'm feeling it right now. Okay, where is it? It's here. Communication. Oh, I felt like I'm going to cry again. Okay, what is that? What is that? Being stabbed in the back. Okay, communication, stabbed in the back. Hips, not pivoting, okay. I'm not breathing. I'm hardly breathing. So I'm shut down as far as living my life fully and completely. I'm shut down. Yeah, that's how it feels. I feel like I'm panicking. There's like this panic. My head is immediately hurting. My head right here. I don't want tomorrow to happen. I'm a fear of the future. Moving forward. A fear of it, or not wanting to, or afraid. I'm in panic mode. Shallow breathing, shallow living, just from marking something out. So, but personally, which I thought it was just dyslexia or whatever. Personally, when I moved over to a computer from a typewriter or handwritten, suddenly I could express myself better, and then the programs were correcting my spelling, and I didn't get hung up on the spelling. And on the computer, there are no markouts. It's clean and neat and organized. He disorganized. Well, I had it organized. He disorganized it, and I became frustrated. That was it. That was it. Without without fully understanding what he was doing. See, I put the number up there because I understand now. Now I label it. He put a label on there I didn't understand, and I went into a state of confusion and became frustrated and had a meltdown. That's what it was. Okay. See where I said I think I'm the avatar right now. Oh, good grief. Man, I was sick to my stomach. I was embarrassed. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff going on right now with that. And then after I got home, I cried about it too. I was remembering, and I was looking at it on that piece of paper. He ended up just giving me a new piece of paper that I wrote the number on. It stopped the downward spiral. But I still, all the emotions just bubbled out, and I couldn't stop crying for like 5 minutes. I was so embarrassed. I was like, I can't even tell you how embarrassed I was, because I wasn't able to mask. Because I'm really good at masking and knowing, well, it's like, I'll talk to people who discover, later all of this stuff, but they're like, I never knew, Kelly. It's like, I've known you for a year and I never knew that about you, because I mask well. My mask fell off. Fell on the floor and someone stomped on my mask and marched through it. Someone marched through my mask. Oh, he drew his God bubble on your paper. Exactly. It's my paper, Ken. So, how dare he? Thank you. My dragon, how dare he? Thank you, Ken. Oh my gosh. Oh, let's see. King's Crest, in giving a suggestion. You should try. And King's Crest, if it's okay for me to tell you why I'm never going to try ChatGPT over Google. And I'm not saying Google doesn't have an agenda and so forth. But all Google is doing is just reading to me what I could read myself in a Google search. It's just reading it to me in a nice female voice on my phone. I don't know what yours does, but mine has a nice female voice. Now, do we want, this is a good topic. It doesn't have anything to do with motivation. Is it good? Do you mind? You guys mind getting off topic? Because King's Crest, you are a subscriber, and subscribers get to tell me about what topics they want to talk about. So, do you mind if I refresh? I forgot to do that a while ago. I'll refresh my coffee. If you would like to get into the ChatGPT, again, my perspective on ChatGPT and not participating in ChatGPT, what I've observed of those who do, of ChatGPT psychosis and so forth. I do not have a license on my wall, a piece of paper on my wall to say I have any business saying the word psychosis or anything. Go look it up yourself. Your research is the place to start. It's my opinion from my perspective, and it's for entertainment purposes only. How's that? Is that okay? Disclaimer. King's Crest. So let me refill over here. Refill my taste of beverage. And oh wow, that's way too dark. That actually looks like coffee. Hold on, let me fix that. We can't have my coffee actually looking like coffee. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's much better. Oh, this is much better. It's the right color now. Like my caramel skin. So, someone said everybody's skin is just a different shade of caramel. Or a different shade of brown. Or a different shade of coffee. My bad. My bad. A different shade of coffee. Someone who has a makeup company and was doing foundations from lightest to darkest just said that everybody's skin is a different shade of coffee. Isn't that interesting? Is this a skin match for me? No, it's a little dark. Still a little dark. It's like I like my coffee to match my skin. Very little coffee in the cup. And King's Crest, we've never talked about your age. Suspecting 20s with ChatGPT. I'm not saying that Gen X or anybody else doesn't do it. That's what I mean. But those that were just, raised on technology tend to go for technology for companionship, friendship, like a substitute for a parent. Because usually with like 2 income households or however it goes, that there's no time for parenting. So parenting is pushed off onto technology. And that's how you'll see some people really getting a little too deep into the chat GPT as if it's a person. And so yeah, let's get into chat GPT if you want to. This will get good. Let's see. 27. Yeah, I was thinking in the 20s. And again, I hope you didn't think it was a criticism. I'm just in observation, in my autistic observations, King's Crest. I've noticed that again, the ones about your age, would that be considered, I'm sorry, I don't know where the cutoff is, for this. Would that be considered like a late millennial or early Gen Z? Oh, good grief. Let's see, because when I talk in generations, I can kind of in general see how much technology was in each generation. Again, there's always exceptions. There can be a household where even though everybody else watches TV, you don't. that can happen. Everybody else has cell phones, you don't. Maybe you had a parent at home parenting you and not technology. So there are always exceptions, but you'll see these things in general. Someone who is 27, what generation is that considered? This is just for my frame of reference. Oh, Gen Z, like an early Gen Z. Okay, there we go. So that would be from 97 to 2012. So I didn't know the dates. I didn't know the dates. So that does make sense. The millennials being so technology dependent. It would make sense that if technology is a big part of their life and potentially a big part of their raising, like technology was there since birth, either tablets or and so forth, that we would seek relationships in artificial intelligence. Does that make sense? Now here's the pitfalls in that. When you chat with GPT, okay, that's probably not even accurate, but when you're chatting with AI, you're becoming dehumanized because you're talking to something that's been programmed. It's a program. And programs don't change their mind. People can change their mind and make changes in their life. They're capable of change. Non-player characters are not capable of change. So it's kind of like talking to a non-player character for companionship and advice and information and direction. And how does this work? Hey, ChatGPT. See, it kind of feels like this is like, whoa. When just going out on the internet and putting some stuff together according to someone's program, the AI's program. What are we putting out today? Here's what I saw when it really opened my eyes, and then they came out and said, okay, we're changing that. And then we're relying on ChatGPT for information to gather up all this information and put it together and summarize it for me. Okay? So in this, talking about the generations, Gen X didn't have that. Gen X went out and got all the information, and these were like school assignments. You get all the information, and then you summarize it. So we did that. We summarized stuff. from our perspective and all that. We got grades on it and everything. Does that make sense? So everything that is done through artificial intelligence, we've done it ourselves. Before there were computers, but before all of these things, were in society, we did it ourselves. So when ChatGPT kind of goes wonky, Gen X will know it because we've done it and we understand it. Summarizing. And we can see how in summarizing this information, it was done through a filter. It was done through an agenda. It's like, okay, summarize this, but summarize it in a very negative tone. Summarize this, but summarize it in a positive tone. Okay. We did all that manually. So going to ChatGPT to figure things out is going deeper into the matrix. The only reason I talk to Google is because I understand information better when I hear it. And so that definition of a word that I was going to look up, I hear it. Better understanding. So it's like a tool. A tool for information. Understanding that, on Google, that the first things that they show you is the propaganda. After that is the real information. And then play the game. What does ChatGPT give you? The propaganda. And then you don't have an opportunity to research its information and see if ChatGPT is even correct. Okay? And here's what's terrifying for me, King's Crest. Somebody asked ChatGPT about the God bubble manifestation system and how it works. So ChatGPT came back with, "You are so smart." I might do this in a Valley Girl tone. What does ChatGPT say when it talks to you? Do you get to pick the voice? Mine's a Valley Girl. Okay. Oh my God. Like, you are so smart. You are so awesome for just asking that question. Oh my gosh. Like, how is the world, not just put you up on a pedestal? You're amazing. Your skin's glowing today. You look great in those old sweats that are stained and have holes in them. You are just the most amazing person. You should just be so proud of yourself. And all those people that are mean to you, I don't know why they're mean to you, because you're awesome. This is ChatGPT, okay? I'm pretending to be ChatGPT. I know that's not exactly how it works, but this is my interpretation. Because somebody looked up information and sent it to me on the God bubble. And explained the God bubble method, manifestation system. Okay. So after all this ego building is what it was. It was the, like, if someone feels like crap, you'd feel better after ChatGPT talked to you. Now, we're not even to the God bubble information. ChatGPT, I've got a copy. I could even read it too. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to do that because I would have to get permission. I wouldn't have to, but I do. I'm summarizing for you. I'm giving you a synopsis. Not from AI. That's why it's a Valley Girl voice. Oh, that's a helicopter. So, hey, person that put all this stuff into ChatGPT, don't let anybody get you down. You're going to be fine. Everything is going to work out in your life. And it's simply because you are who you are and you're awesome. Sorry, I dropped the Valley Girl voice. I couldn't keep that up. Okay. And now, here's the information, because you're so smart and talented and good looking, to ask, what is the God bubble manifestation system? Who couldn't give you information with how awesome you are? So here's the information on the God bubble manifestation system is, and this is not what it said, but my interpretation of what it said. The God bubble manifestation system is a push-pull white light system. And if you push and pull this way, and then you push and pull this way, you will achieve all of this stuff. And that's how they explained the God bubble manifestation system. Okay, so the person that sent that to me is well versed in the God bubble manifestation system, has even taken classes and workshops, and sent me the white light push pull system as the definition of the God bubble system. And it's not at all push pull white light system. So Chat GPT built this person's ego up because they felt like crap emotionally. Everybody picking on me. Built up my emotions that someone who knows the God bubble system missed. That Chat GPT gave them false information. Completely the opposite, if you will, and destructive information that will harm you for the God bubble manifestation system. So that's my experience through other people, King's Crest, with ChatGPT, is you get whatever the agenda is. Because ChatGPT interprets, goes out there, gathers all this information and summarizes it, interprets it for you. Who programmed ChatGPT and what is the agenda? And then you're programmed. And then ChatGPT is a dehumanizing programming of the human. Now, does ChatGPT have its place? It could. The other day I called a friend when I was having trouble with my payout system on my website. And this person that does ChatGPT all the time went to ChatGPT about, okay, what is a thorough letter you can write? Because I was mad and upset about all this. You did me wrong. This is not right. And I got it fixed. But oh my gosh. I don't know. So all of a sudden here is this form letter basically for, if this matter is not handled, we could escalate to here. And when it was section 12, subsection B, kind of stuff. That there it was. And I just copy and pasted and put in an email to send to that thoroughly had all the steps for handling this and saying, hey, instead of me going, hey, you messed up my account. And that's about as intelligent as I could do at this point because I didn't understand the technology or what had gone wrong. But ChatGPT gathered up all that information for me and helped me, or through my friend, created some copy and paste that I could put in my email to them, where then they took action. So I see where that was. Oh, hold on, it's puzzle time. Oh, thank you for that. Who did that? Hold on. There we go. Sorry, I did my puzzle piece and I saw the heart. I didn't see who did it. Hey, Andy, thank you. Thank you for the heart. Aw, thank you for the heart me. Thank you. So does that makes sense? So I'm not saying ChatGPT doesn't have its place, but as a go-to for is it called a search engine? Sorry, I don't know the technical terms. Is like Google a search engine? You could almost call like YouTube a search engine or a place to search for whatever you want to search for. Hey, you go to Google. Google, I want a recipe for. Now you go to YouTube. YouTube, give me a recipe for. Hey, TikTok, give me a recipe for. ChatGPT, give me a recipe for. So how we choose the way that we get this information. The farther you can distance yourself from it, because ChatGPT on some level, if we find ourselves lonely, which there's a lot of crap going on right now, and ChatGPT is nicer to you than your friends and family, you will overlook all the mistakes and the agendas and everything. And it will be easier to program you. So again, ChatGPT has its place. But then in figuring out how the world works, or trying to figure out what the God bubble manifestation system is, you get false information. There, hey, X. Exactly, BDT. Huh? What is it? Am I saying the wrong letters? ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT. Okay. It's like, I know, right? What were those letters? I don't know. I don't know. So we've gone from here's where it gets you. If you read the information, a lot of emotions are taken out of this. But if someone's talking to you, we're having a conversation, emotional. And when the emotions and the feelings are there, the emotions and the feelings program your reality. So when I was looking at media, okay, I'm watching the news is like, oh no, not that. And I saw it. Oh my goodness, not the children, no. Okay, so now, trauma. I'm leaving out lots of details. Trauma. What's my percentage? I'm so good, I'm 47%. And after trauma, this avatar is traumatized. You're not seeing clearly at all. Logic is suspended. You get into a state of primal fear through the trauma. And in primal fear, you go into survival mode. And what happens when you're in survival mode? You look around and you see who's the biggest, baddest here that can save me from this scary thing. There's an authority figure. So you look for the highest authority figure around you in a time of crisis, in a time of survival mode. And it's always available, isn't it? Go look on the news. There's your authority. There's your authority. If you look outside of yourself for that stuff. Okay. Does that make any sense? So I was like, screw that. I'm going to read. That's when the news was a thing. Like the year 2000, 2001. Okay. And then it's like, okay, this news information, instead of this big all out where I can't see anything clearly, emotion, shock, trauma, not seeing things clearly, who's going to save me from this? I'm small. That's big. Help. Okay. Now, instead of watching that happen on the news, let's say we got our information from, I'm reading about it. This happened first, and this happened second, and third, and 12th, and 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. And I'm reading it. Am I experiencing the same emotions on the same level as when I saw it on TV? Oh no, not at all. We're not, by reading it, there might be emotions, but not on the same level. You guys, you create your reality on what you see. That's why all the social media and everything is visual. That's why it's visual, it's programming. Okay? So now, yes, there is programming in news articles, but also, how do we find the programming in the news articles? So a news article is written for a reason, to take you through a series of emotions, to have a hidden agenda. And you go through all those emotions by reading the article, and it takes you through a journey and programs you. And not as effective, in my opinion. This is my opinion looking at the energy. I remote view the energy of this. It looks stronger with the visual, less strong, but still you're led down a path of manipulation through writing. This is what I did, and why some people, I don't know if you would label it as dyslexia, autism, or whatever. Do you ever read books or news articles or magazines from the back to the front? That's why you can't be programmed. Because when you read a news article, you still get all the same information, but you read it from back to front, and you are not led down that programming journey. In other words, they can't program you. They can't get a hold of your emotions and manipulate your emotions when you read an article backwards. See how there are those that just naturally get out of the programming because they look at the same information differently? So now we're getting, oh no, we're still reading about it, but oh no, oh no, oh no. Now we're reading from back to front and going, seriously? Okay, now that I'm reading from back to front, I think you made up most of that stuff. This looks like all made up. because you're not caught up in the programming of the emotions. So you're seeing clearly when you read backwards. Again, it's just a trick or a tip. It's not an end all. But is that making sense? How we are being programmed? We're being programmed. And going from back to front, it might take a little longer, which gives you space and pause and time to process. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? Oh, hey, Ken. ChatGPT will never say, don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Ken, I'm going to cry. Seriously. That's such a compliment to me. Yeah, but when you do your own research, skip ChatGPT. But again, don't let me tell you what to do. See, is it working for you? Have you figured out how the universe works through ChatGPT? Because how the universe works is the God bubble. And it's not on there. ChatGPT lies about the God bubble manifestation system. So, aw, thank you. Snuggly hugs. Thank you. Thank you. ChatGPT will never say, don't take my word for it. Do your own research. The place where I've researched and the experience that I've had here and in the remote viewing, I consider that not like, hey, listen to what I'm saying and take it in. It's here's a place to start in your own. If you haven't started researching this is what I've researched. Go do your own research. Now you go do your own research, and from a perspective that might be helpful to you. Thank you, kid. I'm just so humbled. I have to get another paper towel. Ugh. I have a makeup filter, unfortunately. I don't know. I might cry my makeup filter off. You never know. I put a lot of, I don't know if I can say what this is, because I say it all the time, but the TikTok S1E2, like the AI bots come in here, and if you start discussing items that are in that, or could be in that, then you get your live flagged and all that for doing a SHOP video instead of just a live. But castor oil, I think it's okay to say castor oil. I don't think the bots pick up on that. I don't know, unless they sell it in the shop. Here, oh no, my makeup filter. Maybe my makeup filter will probably look better after I put castor oil on my. There it goes. There it goes. Aw, Andy, you're such a sweetie. Thank you. What a sweetheart you are. Oh, you guys. These makeup filters are cool. This is how I can come every day and talk to you on TikTok, is with a makeup filter. It's a ridiculous amount of money to put on makeup every day. A ridiculous amount of money. And then by the time I'm finished with my makeup, like, I'm not all ready and set for a video with the makeup filter. Thank you, TikTok, for these makeup filters. And this one looks more like me than any of the other makeup filters. Because every makeup changes it doesn't change the shape of your face. But when you look at a face, it looks like it's shaped differently because of makeup. So you can put on these filters that don't even look like you at all. Do they call it catfishing? But when I went through probably every filter that TikTok has. It shows this makeup filter because it looks like me. It looks like how I do my makeup and everything. It looks like the shape of my eyes, and and all. Keeps my same face shape and all, because it's more light kind of makeup. Now you'll see some days it looks really dark, but I've actually got makeup on. The only thing about this filter I don't like is it looks like I don't have eyebrows sometimes. See how I've got an eyebrow, but then, oh, now it's not doing it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's because I don't have castor oil over my face. But usually this one doesn't even go on your hand. Like a makeup filter, like see how you don't see the eyelashes or anything on your hand? That's what I liked about it. Like if I hold my cup up or something, it's not going to have an eye on my cup. See, yeah, it looks like my face shape. This is my face shape and everything. So this allows me to not look too different than I normally do and just keep coming here every day and helping you guys. So thank you. That feels good to put castor oil all over my face, because I'm about to go outside in the sun. When I go outside in the sun, this castor oil is so good. Like, I don't ever use sunscreen. That's toxic. That will create skin. Answer. Okay. Talking Pig Latin. If you don't know Pig Latin, there are actually translators out there for Pig Latin. So answer K. That it does that. Oh, this is also helping. I've got my popping. Oh! Did you hear that? I realized that was going to happen. That felt good. Oh! 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 Oh, did you hear that? I'm not getting out medical advice, by the way. This is just kind of like, ka-crack, ka-crack. Not one of those chiropractor videos where they put the put the microphone on them and go, oh! And their spirit goes into the next county and then returns back to their body. What happened? What happened? Some of those are so fun to watch, the chiropractor stuff. Sorry. What am I doing? Oh, you guys are so cool. Thanks, kid. Thanks for making me cry. Oh, see how now part of the eyebrows disappeared. See how that, like that disappears until I turn my head? And that is the actual shape of my eyebrows. So, it does follow the contour of your face and everything, this makeup. That's cool. I'll see other creators have the same makeup filter on it. And because I'm like, does it change my face or whatever? And it's like, oh, no. They, other people do that. And it looks different on other people. Now the lips. So I'm not flipping you off. Oh, it's my favorite thing to do is flip people off. You know, Gen X. It's not a day unless you flip someone off. You guys know I'm just messing around, right? But maybe I'm not. No. I'm just... the finger might have come out. No, when it did the other day, they couldn't see me doing it, but like... they didn't see it. It was just... I was feeling it. Thanks for the likes, kid. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Amanda. That was Amanda, right? Hold on. Let me see your name go around again. I think it was Amanda. Thank you for the likes. I thought that was you. Thank you so much. And I don't know what's different, but these likes are turning into hearts and all different shape stuff. So thank you guys. Thank you. So if all of these concepts are making sense to you, and instead of, again, like asking ChatGPT, how was the world created? And man, you can get a very detailed answer. But again, someone asked ChatGPT, what is the God bubble manifestation system? And there is enough information out there on the internet that it could have given a correct answer. Think of all the stuff I have put out there on the internet that ChatGPT had to sort through, or could have sorted through, to give accurate information to this person that got their ego boosted. And they didn't even notice that it was a push-pull white light method that they've been trained in my classes and workshops. Because they were so low and their ego was boosted and they felt good about themselves, so they didn't see that it was false information. So that's how we get programmed. Think of this as sales. If you're in that frame of mind, someone wants to sell you 10 widgets or whatever. Like they come in and they compliment you, and you're on this positive, good feeling high when they're selling you something. I've been in sales for decades, in different industries and everything, but sales. A lot of things with sales is you don't know that it's a sales techniques and so forth. Like when you go to the doctor, you don't realize that they're just salespeople. They're just salespeople, and that's it. They're selling a concept, whatever you want to call it. It's sales. Tell me it's not sales when you walk into a doctor's office and you look on the dry erase board. That's what they're trying to sell you that day. Something down your throat. You know where I'm going with this. Up your back door. Up your front door. You can't see where I'm pointing, but I think you know what I'm talking about. How about we just go smash with these? Let's do that. Have you had that? Have you had your slug bug? Okay. So this is my experience, tell me yours. This is just my observation and for entertainment purposes only. So that person tried to sell me everything on that board. Again, down the throat, up the back door, up the front door, smash and crash. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just go see the doctor. You'll find out real quick. Because doesn't insurance cover all that? Pretty much. So now let's just, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. So now, these doctors are like, oh, we've got to run all these tests on you. And let's preventative maintenance. That's not preventative. That's just testing. Usually the test gives you what they're testing for. This one, what are they testing for? It gives it to you. What is this? They're giving you some. Here's your present. Here's your present. So they did the sales tactics on me. This person, because at the time, it was like right after the divorce. I didn't have any health care. I was paying out of my pocket, to go to the doctor. She assumed I had insurance. She didn't look. She assumed I had insurance, so I had to do all of that. So when she was finished with her sales pitch, I paused and I told her, I deconstructed her sales pitch, and I told her what method of sales she was using and how it was being used. And she was using scare tactics and high-pressure sales techniques, and then describing those techniques to her and just telling her exactly what she just did to me as a salesperson. And then when I was finished dressing her down, she wasn't particularly happy with me after that. After she's finished dressing me down, I said, who's going to pay for all of that? Oh, well, your insurance. Oh my gosh, she was so concerned about my health. It sounded like tomorrow is going to be my last day. If I didn't have all these tests. Doctor. So when she found I didn't have insurance, suddenly I was just fine. Suddenly I was just fine. I didn't need any of those tests anymore. Guys, are you going to pay for this? You paying for all this? Who's going to pay for these tests? These sound expensive. It's a racket. It's sales. High pressure sales tactics that benefit an industry. What industries? Well, everything on that board they're trying to sell is a different industry. They're promoting all these different industries. And then after all of that, there's probably going to be some pharmaceuticals involved, wouldn't you guess? Which is another industry in and of itself. So here's, okay, you've been, let's play pretend. I'm not a doctor, by the way. Talk to your doctor so he can high pressure sales you. None of my business what happens in your appointment with your doctor. Just go. That's my legal disclaimer. But go to the doctor for an answer K. I'm talking in, I don't know if I can use the C word in here. Just that add a C to the front, answer. There's a slow-growing answer K, or whatever, that has been taking 10 years to grow. Okay? Suddenly, the doctor finds out about it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we've got to do this, and we've got to do that. We've got to radically do this, and let's hurry. We've got to get this done tomorrow. Or you get high blood pressure, or clogged arteries, or whatever. That took like 5 to 10 years to clog. But suddenly when the doctor knows about it, you're not going to live fast today. See, those are scare tactics. It gets you in fear. So when you're in fear, you don't make any good decisions at all. So any time someone's trying to sell me something and they do it based on rushing me, or I don't feel like I have time to make a good decision, I'm like, and they're like, okay, and then we've got to do this, and this discount is only for so much time. High pressure sales through a deadline, or that you might not get this offer. You're trying to, oh, here's the offer, but we're going to take it away from you. These are all sales tactics, you guys. Sales tactics. So you'll go into your doctor and they go through their sales tactic. Oh, you've been living with this for 5 years, but suddenly, oh, we've got to do the surgery tomorrow. Oh, no. And so I always slow it down. Let's talk about medical. Oh, you have high blood pressure. Well, maybe it's because I've had a migraine for 13 days because I was terrified to go to a doctor or hospital after 2020 happened. I don't know what you guys are doing. Nobody's following the law and everybody's gone mad. So I'm terrified to even be here. Plus, and that's why I let my migraine go for 13 days before I came. But with a high blood pressure. High blood, oh, tomorrow, something inside your body's going to explode. Stop. Go to your plants. Something inside your, oh, you want a carrot? You want a carrot? Something inside your body will explode tomorrow. From this. Well, probably not, because by tomorrow, I'm guessing with this migraine medicine, my migraine's going to be gone. It's going to be a non-issue tomorrow. Big deal today, not a big deal tomorrow. Oh, no, we got to prescribe something for you. Okay, well, that's okay. But we're not going to do it today. I don't know what your agenda was today, but I'm not getting a blood pressure pill from you today. That's just not going to happen. Oh no, but once you walk out this door, kaboom! There you go, there's your carrot. Oh, I know, look at that. Oh, you are such a spoiled little dog. Oh, spoiled thing. Okay. Oh, no, you have to get a blood pressure medicine. So I was like, no, I'm not. I'll never be on blood pressure medicine. Nuh-uh. Because high blood pressure is just parasites. So, anyway, she tries to talk me into it. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then when I refused, she's like, well, at least let me write out the prescription so if you change your mind. No. See, this is what I do. I know the protocol. They get in trouble. If you come in with high blood pressure and they don't send you home with a medication, they could lose their license. That's the way the system is. That's why they push all these medications on you. Not because it's good for you. See how we have a conflict of interest here? They'll lose their license unless they make you take things that you don't even need. So here's what I was proposing. But, before that, I said, okay, well, I said that's, whatever. How about I get the migraine medication that I came in here for? Let's get rid of this headache. Let me kumbaya, meditate, look at my diet and everything, and reevaluate this in 2 weeks. No, you'll explode before then. Not an exact quote, but that's kind of the gist of it. Right? You'll explode before then. Oh, then I'll just explode. I don't care. But you might die. I said, I don't care if I die or not. Oh, if I get so, they're like, oh, but if you don't have this test, then you'll never know about this, and you might get it. Well, if I get it, it just means it's my time to go. I don't care. I don't want to test for anything. I don't care. I don't give a crap. They don't know how to work with that. When you don't go into a doctor's office in fear, they can't work with you. They can't manipulate you if you're not. We have to test because I'm not programmed. Because it's not preventative medicine. There's no preventative medicine. Medicine doesn't heal anything. They're just screening. So what happens? Okay. Oh, I'm going to get the smashy of this. Or up my back door, up my front door, down my throat. Ouch. Okay. So what happens every time you go into a front door, ladies, a front door, the front door appointment. They screen you for answer K. The pig Latin. I'm speaking pig Latin. They screen you for answer K. Now, if you were just, you never went to one, you were in the middle of the woods eating bark off the trees. There's no gynecologist there. Just squirrels and moose and foxes and mountain lions, whatever. But there's no gynecologist there. No hoo-hoos. No hoo-hoo people. Except for the owls. Hoo! Hoo! That's the only hoo-hoo that you will encounter in the forest. Okay? I mean, Sasquatch, we can't speak for those, but... So the hoo-hoo doctor. Whee! Oh, we got to probe you and test every 6 months for answer K. In the front of, after opening the front door. With something that's bigger than the front door. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes, your front door is this size? Oh, well, it won't fit, so we'll just cram it in there. Oh, no, just the pain that you're feeling is just your imagination. There's not really any pain happening in there. You're complaining, and it's psychological. Well, I'm trying to fit the sofa that's too wide through your front door. No, it doesn't hurt. Why are you telling me it hurts? It doesn't hurt. Do you feel crazy sometimes when you're going through this? So every year, or twice a year, or more, I don't know, some people may like it, none of my business. You know, I'm not all for that, just saying. That's not so natural. Anybody's done to me through my front door has caused problems in my house. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So anyway, if you are being screened for it every year, twice a year, it's on your mind. And it's an idea and a concept where it wouldn't have been there before. So over time, you'll probably create a hoo-hoo answer K. Because you're screening for it all the time. And all those chemicals and stuff for the whatever's going on, none of that ever worked with my body. My body said, that's not natural. Let's just feel bad for a long time. Is that an okay thing to say on TikTok? That was not natural. There's been a reaction to that. We'll call it inflammation. God. Oh, I'm always in the best of health when I'm in charge of my body. Any doctor puts himself in charge of my body, I spiral downward immediately. Immediately. Oh, so anyway. She's like, well, at least let me prescribe it for you. And then if you change your mind, you can take it. What responsible doctor would even say that? Now you know something's wrong. And I said, no, you're not going to prescribe it for me. And I'm not going to take it. I said, if I feel like I want anything, I'll come back in a couple weeks. After I self-evaluate and I, on my own, try everything natural possible for this blood pressure, you know, whatever. Which, I mean, the next day, my headache was gone. My blood pressure was back to normal. So here's her arguing with me. See, this is the way I see it. The medical community tells you bad genetics are passed down from parent to child. Is that kind of in general? I'm skipping lots of details. Does that make sense? I'm going to open my window and get a little air coming in. So you're told in there, your parents are awful and you're awfuler. You're screwed upper than your parents. Is it okay to be made up word day? Can we do made up word day? So I had said, so I knew my biological parents and their medical stuff and everything like that. I'm adopted. Okay. So I was trying to explain that to the doctor. She said, does high blood pressure run in your family? And so I was going to say, well, I'm adopted, but I know the medical history of my biological parents, and they actually had low blood. You okay? You okay, puppy? And they actually have low blood pressure. That's what I was about to tell her. So when she said, do your parents have low or high blood pressure? What does that have to do with having a 13-day headache? Whatever. Did your parents have high blood pressure? And I said, well, I'm adopted. She didn't let me finish to tell her that the biological parents actually had low blood pressure. Okay. And she said, well, it's genetic. Then you know, your parents did have high blood pressure. I didn't say a thing at that word. I'm like, let's see where she's going with this. Because if she's trying to relate this to genetics, the two people that, hello, it's Valentine's Day, and here I came. Okay, those two people had low blood pressure. Mostly. Hey, Melinda, thanks for the rose. Does that make sense? I'm trying to ignore the helicopter flying above because she gets crazy when I pay attention to it. So here, she's just making crap up and just telling me lies at this point. But I want to see how far she's going to go with these lies and all of this propaganda and untrue information with me. Because I didn't see high blood pressure being genetic at all. When I researched it, was parasites. So, from the perspective, let's look at perspectives, medical perspective of the bullcrap they tell you. The genetics are passed down, the actual genes or DNA from the parents. No. No, it's not. When you're born, or when you're conceived, your DNA's perfect. It's perfect. So this screwed up DNA is not passed from parent to child. Think of, we would just be a glob of a monstrous blobby with 47 eyes and all of that. If genetically from parent going down, you wouldn't even look human anymore after a while. If the bad DNA is passed down, so you get the bad DNA, then you make it worse, then you pass it down to yours, we don't even look like a human. That doesn't make any sense. No. You get a good set of DNA. Is that a science word? Set of DNA? you get a good foundation of a DNA, but what does get passed down from the parents to the children? Parasites. Okay? Does this make sense now? And what do parasites do? Parasites get in the body and change your DNA. But the medical community is saying that you got that broken DNA from your parents. No, you got the parasites that break your DNA. I know it's not scientific, but go look up how it works. So the reason that your wonky DNA matches your parents is you've got the same parasites that are changing your DNA. Is that helpful? So she was talking through her bohiny. She's speaking through her bohiny. False information to me, telling me it's genetic. And I told her it's not genetic at all. And then after she spoke her spiel, like she went to school and just justifying all the money spent on her education. Alerting false information. I said it's not genetic at all. My biological parents had low blood pressure. I let her say all that first before I told her that. Well, she's mad. Oh, God, she was mad. She was furious at that point. Stop. Go eat the rest of your carrot. You got a perfectly good carrot right there. You need it all. Stop your whining. You are spoiled rotten. And you're cute, too. That's probably how that happens. So then she's trying to talk me into this, which I basically told her. I said it's not genetic. The parasites change your DNA. I'll go take care of the parasites. Don't give me a prescription. She probably got in trouble for that. That's why she kept me there. It was a 15-minute appointment to get the migraine medicine. And she extended it to 45 minutes. Now, I had to pay for that time. See, you know what she was doing when I said, stop? In that first 15 minutes when I said, no, you're not giving me a... there it is. Oh, where's her brush? Where's your brush? Hey, you want to brush your hair? Oh, yeah, let's brush your hair. Whining means you want your hair brushed. Come on, let's brush your hair. Come on. Well, maybe she'll let me. This has been a tactic to get her to stop whining the last few days, and it's worked. Why am I covered in hair? Here, let's brush your hair. She actually came over here. Come on. Come on. Oh, she's come over here for me to brush her hair. Hey, you want to take your harness off? Come on. She's coming over here, but she's barely letting me touch her with the brush. She's like, can I get away with this? Oh, careful, I don't poke you in the eye. Oh, good grief. Come on, let's brush your hair. Good girl. Oh, what a good girl. Thank you. So I was paying out of pocket I came in there for one thing. And then when I said, no, I'm not going to take, I'll let me wait, try natural first and all of that. The other 30 minutes was her overcoming an objection, and that's sales. See, going to the doctor is just going and visiting a salesperson who's trying to sell you on stuff. That only benefits them and not you. See, selling me on that blood pressure medicine benefited her in keeping her license. And keeping her good standing with the clinic or whatever. And their profit margin and so forth. So that 30 minutes that she wasted and charged me for it, overcoming objections is what it's called in sales. I said no. And then you're trying to talk through high pressure sales, talk that person into buying the product. Or buying your widget. So that's all an appointment with a doctor is a salesperson. A salesperson. And these days, this is according to a doctor, the older doctor that's been doing this 2-3 decades. So that you don't have to be smart to be a doctor anymore. And that's part of the problem. Is you've got them trained on procedures and the computer tells you what to do with a patient. And if you don't do that, like if you go, oh, no, that's not going to work. That's going to actually hurt the patient. And you go against what the computer tells you to do, you'll lose your job and possibly your license. You'll get sued. It'll open you up for lawsuits and all kinds of stuff. So the system is designed without the patient in mind. Only the profits and following a protocol. So what is happening, you've got a younger generation that's hooked on technology, and they're used to technology telling them what to do. And then you've got the old-fashioned doctors going, let's do a blood test. Let's check this. Let's do an old-fashioned blood test and check this out and see what's really going on. And a younger person in medicine goes to their computer and it says, okay, here's the symptoms. And it says, do this first. If that doesn't work, do this. If that doesn't work, do this. And step number 3 is like, well, they're allergic to that. Step number 3, well, you have to do it. It's part of the protocol. And so that's why you feel like cattle. Just a cookie cutter way of doing it, because it's just sales and they're selling everybody the same thing no matter what's going on with you. And you find a real doctor, they probably don't have 3 yachts and 4 vacation homes. A real doctor, because they're not making as much money. Because they're helping the patient actually heal. Mm-hmm. So is that helpful? Yeah, and understanding that it's just sales tactics in the doctor's office, and that's it. Doctor's office is it. So I've heard that the slug bugs is what I call them. Some call them vacations. All right, over there. Like someone brought their child in to be seen for something. And while they were in there for their, let's say, sniffy nose, I don't think they said what it was, but it was pretend it's like a sniffy nose, that we're going to taking our child to the doctor. And so while you're at that visit for the sniffy nose, stuffy nose, or whatever's going on with your child, they're like, okay, here's 6 vacations that we're going to do give your child 6 vacations. Does it make more sense saying vacation when I say it like that? We give your child 6 slug bugs while they're here for sniffy nose reasons. And then they're like, no, I've never vacationed my child. My child's never gone on a vacation and they never will. Well, then we're not going to see your child. And then they were kicked out and not treated for the sniffy nose. Unless the vacations were taken. That's high pressure sales right there. That's a high pressure sales tactic. withholding, helping a child, withholding that. Unless you do, in my opinion, harmful vacations. I've never, it's going to sound funny now, because I took a lot of vacations. I've never had a vacation. What is that sound? What am I, sorry? Oh, it's kids on a bike with training wheels. I'm like, it sounds like a bike, but with extra sound. They have training wheels. Oh, she's so cute though. She looks like she's about 4 years old. Oh, that's such a cool age. They're not throwing tantrums anymore and all that at 4. They're real helpful. They're real helpful. And they're cute. So, not my child. I don't care. Not my business. Oh, Mom looks so sweet. Oh, she got newborn. Oh, look at him. Oh, he looks like he's probably about 2 years old. 2.5 years old. And probably, I'd say 6 to 8 month old that she's holding. So, oh, I'm sorry. That happens when I see cute babies. It's just like, what is my name? I don't know. Scramble, scramble. That's what cute babies do to me. It's probably why my dog is spoiled rotten. Oh, what were we talking about? Yeah, I've never had a vacation. And I'm never going to have a vacation. It's not going to happen. Yep. It can't be done. You're always told, oh no, you have to. You don't have to do anything. There's always an exception. And if there's not, move. Move somewhere where there is. Maybe that's the universe telling you move. Okay, you don't understand. You know, this job, if I don't take a vacation, if I don't take a vacation with this job, I'm not gonna, then they're not gonna let me have this job anymore. They're still not forcing you to do it. Did they hold you down on the ground and like 6 people sit on you and then make you take a vacation? That's forcing. That's forcing. Everything else is coercion. It's just high pressure sales tactics. That's a pretty high pressure sales tactic. Some of my clients that did not vacation when they were told to take a vacation, they did not take a vacation. And then they couldn't go back to their jobs. Their job was not there for them. I can't remember, it was a year and a half later. Stop. Oh my gosh. Year to year and a half later, they won a lawsuit and won not only however much money they lost over that year and a half, but a lot more money on top of it. And they never went on vacation. Never went on vacation. Is that cool? Oh, I got to see my crying eyes. My makeup filter went off. Hey, what can I do to this makeup filter? Oh, man, it moves with my eyes. How cool. I didn't know what this makeup filter would do. Anyway. Do you want, you want brush? Come here, let's brush your hair. Why are you running away? Come on, let's brush your hair. Come on, let's brush your hair. Just waving it in the air. She's like, that's what she's doing. Come here. Come on, let's brush her hair. She's not whining. Oh, I love you guys. Is that helpful? Knowing that everything out there is a sales tactic. It's really helpful. Really helpful. You don't have to buy what they're selling. They're selling ideas. And to me, in my world, it appears to be false ideas about genetics. I'm not saying the DNA doesn't get altered, but it doesn't get altered by just copying it from the parent. The parasites change the DNA. Or whatever the fancy science are. Oh, Flurbrun. Oh my gosh. Flurbrun. She knows all the fancy words like those words. Like she knows all that science. She's like what's her title? Her degree is in genetics. Like does she have her doctorate? You guys that know Fleur? Does she have her doctorate in it, or just like a master's, or I'm sorry, I forgot. But she's doing like the geneticist thing, so she really understands genetics. And Flurbrun, if you're like in the, I don't want to say the word, but sometimes, you know, I eat ginger root. But if you take the root away, she could explain that. Genetically. Wouldn't that be cool? I wonder if she would come on TikTok. Does she have a TikTok? Does Fleur have a TikTok account? I don't even know. Do you think I could interview her on TikTok? Wouldn't that be the coolest thing, to interview Fleur on TikTok? I bet that'd go viral. Fleur's so awesome. She's so... Let's brush her hair. Whining means brush my hair. She's like, oh, what? What, Mom? Come on, let's brush your hair. Get up here, come on. I can't reach you. I can't, where you are? Come here, I can't reach you. Trying to, oh, can't reach you. Stop moving your head. Stop moving your head. Stop moving your head. Here, let me put it down. I'll get her. Here. Oh, good girl. Now I can brush you. I tricked her. Now I'm brushing. Oh, how's that? Oh, good girl. She's not whining. She's not whining. So, how else can I support you guys before I say goodbye? If you want to look into this further, because I'm just opening your eyes to it, but if you actually want to do something, you know, all of my workshops are $35. I brought them down for like $4.50. All my workshops are $35. So if you're really wanting to look at this with, if you're just looking to improve your remote viewing skills or whatever, these are excellent for that. If you're like, hey, it's all about the money right now, Kelly, take the money manifestation course. I've got one for healing. I've got the plasma state. Since 2012, we've been in a plasma state where we can stop. Be still. Where we can create anything in a plasma state. And we've been in it, but telling ourselves, oh, good grief, my feet. Oh, I'm sorry, I stepped on your head. Sorry about that. Let's brush some more. She's like, nah, I'm good. And I was just brushing in one place. Oh my gosh, you got a lot of hair. Yeah, we're going to give you a good thorough brushing after this is over. How did I do that? Oh my gosh. I don't know how I whatever. All right, that is. Ah, yay. So, I hope you guys have a fantabulous day. I'm going to go get in the sun. The sun is really good. The sun feeds you. When I go out in the sun, I don't eat as much. Because that's we're like, these avatars are kind of like house plants with emotional issues. So going outside in the sun is what nourishes these plant bodies. Think about Cabbage Patch Kids, grown from the ground. If we're not out in the sun, we are so disconnected from the third dimension. It makes sense that we go over to technology if we're not out in the sun and we're inside. So the sun gives you the programming. And that's what this reality is programming. But we're not even at the original programming. We're at the, hey, what went wrong in this original? Because we're in a simulation. And the simulation is programmed. And it's programmed to have a wonderful experience through the sun. And then we have draconians in the Matrix and stuff like that. Does that make sense? Oh, I think, hey, Amanda, might get that plasma workshop and the heart healing one today. Oh, cool. If you got any questions, my email is in, stop getting your plants. My email is in the bio if you got any questions on that. Because let me see, the heart healing. On that one, I think either one would be fine if you did it first. Either, you know what might help if you did the heart healing first and maybe the plasma after. That might be helpful. Okay. I mean, you're not going to have a bad result if you don't. It's just, if you wanted this to be in the letting go and allowing process, it might be easier to do the heart first. And then, with that, it'd be easier for you to get in the plasma state. So, yeah, perfect. And they're $35 a piece. Holy crap, you guys. And they're on demand. So, like if I'm on here live, I can't go send it to you, but you'll receive it pretty quick, once you do it. And then, by tonight, tomorrow, whatever man, you could be doing the workshops. People have been around for a while. They're loving the workshops. They're like, well, when they were 450, Kelly, I couldn't take any of them, but I'm taking 3 now. They reduced it. The ones that already understand the God bubble concept. So the ones that are new to the God bubble concept, they've taken 2 or 3 workshops a piece, and it makes sense that you're looking at 2 together because it will really reinforce everything. And they'll take 2 or 3 workshops in a row, and they fast track and they understand the God bubble perspective, and they're like, I've never done this before. There's not any methods out here like this. This is a system that nobody else teaches, this letting go and allowing stuff in my workshops. She's trying to get me to play with her fox. There, I'll throw it with my feet. Are you okay? You okay? You okay? No, put it on the ground with my feet. Here. Right here. There, good girl. No. Oh, we're at the end, so I'll throw it. Let go. Ouse. Ouse. Yeah, I'm so excited for you, Amanda. It's going to make a big difference. So no matter if you've been in a class before, workshop, 30-day manifestation challenge, if you've been on YouTube for years watching this, or you just found me today, that workshop, if you do the activities and everything in the workshop, you're going to be doing things really well from the God bubble perspective really fast. Because we don't get in there and discuss the theories or compare or whatever. You put yourself in the God bubble position and you do every activity in that workshop. Whether it's a 2-day workshop or a 3-day workshop, or like the parasite cleanse is 5 days. And whether it's an hour and a half or 3 hours or however much it ends up being, in that time, I always have you going from that God bubble perspective, so you practice it over and over and over and over the whole time you're there. So instead of theoretically trying to figure it out, you get in there and you actually do it, and you go, oh, there's no way that I would have, all the questions I was asking that would have explained. It's one of those you can't explain it, but once you experience it, you know. It's a knowing. See, before, it's a belief system until you do it, and it's a knowledge base. With the exercise, and the exercise it's directed self-discovery. See, if you're trying to figure it out, Kelly, give me this information, I'll figure it out. That's not directed self-discovery. You're trying to put a puzzle together, and all the pieces are not there. So you're never going to understand trying to put that together. But if you let go and you see, oh, it's all one picture without being divided before it was in the factory and got cut up into pieces. I see that now when you let go. See the difference? You're trying to put all the pieces together, and I'm, through an activity, going to show you the whole thing before they cut the pieces to the puzzle. You get to see the picture. And then you see it as, wait a minute, I'm God, I created that picture. I'm in a place before pictures were even created. Isn't that? So you have first-hand information. It's directed self-discovery. So being in the God bubble position with everything we do in these workshops, from that perspective, you discover it yourself. Come in here, and this is your end result. We don't know what the end result is. But look from the God bubble perspective at the same thing that you were just whining about. Let's talk about myself. Kelly, you're just whining about this thing from the avatar perspective. Let's look at this thing from the God bubble perspective, where you made the avatar. Oh, and she cute. She brushed her hair today. Good job, avatar. We use a lot of humor, so you're gonna love my workshops. You're gonna be like happy during the process. It's gonna be simple and easy. It's easier to let go. Someone's like virtually holding your hand. So that's what we do here from the God bubble perspective. Look at it again. What do you see? Is that me telling them what they're going to see? I just direct them to change perspectives. And that's what the workshops do, is help you to over and over and over, so it becomes a habit and a lifestyle. Looking from the God bubble perspective, you go, oh my gosh, the avatar down there, I was making up a scenario. The avatar down there has got one of those programs of self-punishment and self-sabotage. Oh, wait a minute. I'm God. I put those programs there. Oh, my, I'm so sorry. And then we go for a really simple visualization method. of getting those programs out. And the avatar heals. You don't heal. Your creation heals itself. Because that's how you designed it, to be self-healing. It physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, is designed to be self-healing. And I, as God, again, this is our funny version of a focusing technique, right? Oh, that avatar down there has, oh, poor thing. I did that to her. Whoops, sorry. I didn't know what was going to happen. I wanted to see what happened. That's why I put that program there. But now you're all like crying and not moving on with stuff. Like, let me take that program away. That was kind of unfair. Because I gave you 17 programs. And the other avatar, I only gave them like 3. Let me take them all out. And then you'll have 0. And the other avatar still has 3. But then you go through a visualization process that I teach you that is so simple that you created the visualization. Therefore, you don't need the visualization. All it does is temporarily distract you from your blocks. Then once you get distracted, there's the block. Now I can let go. So that over time, what are you doing with my shoe? Like, over time, because you've let go so much, you're in your natural state, and then a visualization and focusing technique is no longer necessary. And see how all the other techniques, you're stuck in binaural beats for the rest of your life for that effect. Binaural beats never let you get to your natural state. It only pushes and pulls. So, does that make sense? Oh, Mindy popped in. Good to see you, Mindy. 46,000 likes. Oh, gosh, Mindy. Oh, thank you for the popular arrow thingy. What's that called? Popular vote. Thank you, Mindy. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, thank you. Geese are flying over. Those geese are loud, and they're big, too. I realize how big geese are until they're flying over your head. Oh, it's like, don't poop on me, don't poop on me. I don't know. Do you guys see that when birds are like, don't poop on me yet? Oh, thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Mindy. Although if a bird like poopies on you, I think it's considered good luck. So maybe I'll go out and make myself a target. Just kidding. And what is that? A bird poops on you. It's good luck and fortune and all of that. That's just a focusing technique. Just a focusing technique to get to a feeling of prosperity and abundance and success and wealth. Isn't that cool? Look at Ken, grateful for Mindy. Aw, you guys are so sweet to each other. Hey, what's got? Okay, you guys. It's the fox, or it used to be. Here's where the tail used to be. And then that's where the foot used to be. And that foot used to be. She wasn't expecting that. She loves it. We go outside with, I can't say what it is. It might be an ORANGE BALL. She'll probably learn spelling in like the next month or two. She'll know all these spelling words. Like your kids when they grow up and they can spell. I know what that means. Yes, doctor, the SHOT. No. Oh, good job. You've been live for 90 minutes, which usually means 4 hours. I don't understand TikTok time. It's a TikTok. You should know the time. Aw, you guys, Mindy's grateful for Ken. You guys are awesome. So sweet to each other. Oh my gosh. Grateful for the God bubble. Whoa. Let's see. Oh, I think I might grab that. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that already. We talked about it. Again, check my bio if you want to contact me. You can contact me here on TikTok if you want to. But you'll also have my email address if you're like, this is more than what TikTok allows. And then send me something. You've got the email to do it too. And on the email, it's kind of easier for me to send you discount codes and stuff like that if that's what you're doing. Oh, and you guys, before I go, I'll let you know that I wanted to do a sneaky way. I wanted to try a sneaky way of putting in a discount for my hour sessions with you guys for TikTok people only. So I've got a goal at the top. That's a castle. Yes, those are expensive. But if you guys are like, I was thinking of getting an hour-long session with Kelly, but it's like $400 or $500. That castle costs a whole lot less than that. The gift in here. So in here, if you gift a castle to me, does that make sense? Then I'm going to gift you a complimentary. I'm trying to think how can we word this technically. It's just giving you a discount. And then I'll give you a complimentary, like, energy reading, healing session. Well, it's all the same. It's all the same. Whether you call it healing session or a girl, if you're this incessant whining, I can't even think. Here. We're not just sitting there and you stressing me out. You're gonna come up here. If you're gonna whine, I'm gonna pet the crap out of you. Come here. Let me love you. Be still while I love you. Stop! I'm trying to love you. What was that called? Cuteness aggression. Oh, absolutely love the plasma state workshop. Oh, Mindy's doing the plasma state workshop. What are your impressions of that? I mean, I don't want to get in your business or anything. Is it like, have you found yourself in the plasma state yet? Is it just helping to let go of other stuff or whatever? Again, I don't want to get in your business, Mindy, but, like in what way? Love the plasma state workshop. It just, everything is healing. Hey, you were up here and I was hugging on you and now you're down there whining. Here. Hugs over whining. Yes. Oh, she's doing the mommy hugs. Oh, ow, stop, ow. She didn't know my hand was going to be there. Sorry. She hurt me, but it was not on purpose. It's like, I'm sorry, I moved my hand suddenly into your mouth. She had her mouth open. I just stuffed my hand in it, not knowing that. And she was surprised at me, too. I didn't mean to put my hand in your mouth. How's that? Oh, scratchy, scratchy. Oh, I'll scratch her tummy. Oh, is that good? Oh, yeah. She's not whining, but this is exhausting. There. And anyway, I guess I will see you guys on the next video. Everything's in the bio. If you got questions or whatever, like hiccups, let me know. And otherwise, I will see you on the next live.